Alrighty guys, what's good, what's good, what's good? Hope everybody is doing well today. Welcome to our V2VN Friday. Yo, what's up guys? Again, hope you guys are doing well today. Yeah, last episode got intense, so we're definitely nearing the end of this, so we'll see what we do after. Maybe I don't know. We'll finish this, go from there. So without further ado, let's continue our story. We finished chapter 8. This was, what, the end of the Watanagashi festival? Or was there... Wait. No. That's not what I want then. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna reload and continue on. Okay, let's see what we got here. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, and I realized for the first time what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms. Though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time, I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. This is no time for sleep, Keiichi Maibara. Slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. After that, I was finally wide awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Going somewhere? Yeah, to school. Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold? I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me. I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say. I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. Oh. I felt utterly shattered, and I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning. And for precisely that reason, Reina's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Yo! What's up, Kei-chan? Reina? Good morning. What? Me-chan? You look like you didn't get much sleep either. Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah, I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga. That was interesting. Then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand, I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mio nor Reina smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Reina's expression immediately darkened. What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found? Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you even talking about? You can't find the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Have you heard? Looks like something terrible has happened. I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around senile? The mayor is certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. He probably got lost somewhere, like me. Lost Rika? Oh, I want to take you home with me. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika-chan do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. While my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor never came home. Is there anyone here who saw the mayor yesterday? One or two hands went up in silence, and they told her about having seen him. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves. If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, alright? Now then, let's begin class. After that, the same old lessons began. The rumors once quieted blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them all up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine's Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everyone left. The elder's house was a bit far from the center of Hinamizawa. It was already late, and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. I really need to blow my nose. I'm sure you can hear the stuffiness. Give me. I totally forgot about that. Hold on. I totally forgot about the keyboard stuff. Alright. Alright, let's read from this. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells, and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit. To how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight and have the young men of the town help search. If, after all that, they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go looking in the mountains. Even now at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Yashiro-sama's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? That scary possibility, which everybody thought about, but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading throughout the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Yashiro-sama's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. That scary possibility, which everybody thought about. Oh, wait. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought the Elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Tomitaki-san and Takano-san had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been mine and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and me. Eh? I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Watanagashi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigahuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish, bottomless swamp from which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friend that in the classroom. Now that you mention it, Satoshi-san, he left around this time last year, didn't he? Huh? Satoshi. I've heard that name before. He was... Right, he disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly. Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi-san too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right? Yeah, I heard he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police said there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train at Nagoya Station. Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason. But they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. Just want to check something really quickly. Okay, it did. And my bot wasn't working the other day, so pretty much was just making sure. With the mayor's disappearance, no, I'm just going to start from the beginning of this. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything.
Looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry.
Normally, Reina would have devoured her lunch immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Reina's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though.
That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always.
Satoka dips her chopsticks into Reina's bento box, pulls bits of food out, one after the other.
Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp chomp. Huh? You know those are pumpkin croquettes, right? Are you okay? Yes. If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious.
Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. Oh, true friend. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's that good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Satoka's gonna eat it all if we let her.
It's just so good, so I would certainly like it if Keiichi-san were to eat some as well.
Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really, really hated pumpkin, didn't she? That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you give away such good food. Reina, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight.
Yeah, daikon radish has such a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. I guess I'll have some then.
Reina reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oyashiro-sama's curse, which recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in this somber mood. Oyashiro-sama's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro-sama's curse anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad. So, they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So, why was the curse stubbornly persisting? I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro-sama's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could be the curse's next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash her hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet.
She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor after all.
I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that.
When Michan was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She's told me that often.
I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward. Oh, Rika-chan's taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together.
Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying good night, good night.
Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika-chan during the festival too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika-chan discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason the old people treat Rika-chan like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something? Ah, the lighthearted mood is coming back now.
I don't know anything about that. But, 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 I want to see Rika-chan yawning. It's probably all like, oh, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more of a gwa. She opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Her throat, thing in her throat, all wobbly. Ow.
Reina's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Oh, right. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right.
I think the Satoko-chan is cute. Not only Rika-chan. Uvula. Can't breathe. I got a glimpse. It was so cute.
Satoko-chan's is cute.
Satoko-chan's is cute too. I'm gonna take you home.
Reina was squeezing her hands around Satoko's neck and was trying to get a look into her throat. You know, Reina is... I can't say it out loud, but she's a notorious... censored, isn't she? So what? Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter too. Maybe Reina was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's get over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the classroom's newfound peace, I left the classroom. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed, it was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around. It went all over the place. It was so big, one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with the kid who was also, thankfully, on day duty today. She was in the lowest grade, though, and a full size smaller than even Rika-chan. I couldn't make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. For this, if one was placed on day duty with someone they liked, with someone like, wait. For this, if one was placed on day duty with someone liked, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me. Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you? Oh, you mean that curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that are only ingredients for curry? It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strongly underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I didn't know how it happened, but Reina and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. All is gone. The kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need a return to reality, where talk of the elders' disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Reina's backward flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight, even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ah! That's my pencil box! Ugh. I'll just let it happen today. I set to work hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that than I remembered that I had watered the teacher's curry vegetable garden too. That's such a pain, but I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, and headed behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pill bugs being around. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Whoa! It's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. Hey Eva, how's it going? Thank you so much for the hydrate. Let's do that. And a stretch. Oh boy. Hope you're doing well today. What is good with you? You know what? Hold on. I meant to do this, Eva. I need to actually DM you the the actual games list thing that I have. I definitely need to update it, but will at least give you an idea of the stuffs you can. There we go. Because yeah, like I said, so the promise for you is if you pick a game, I will fully play through it. So the only exception is just that Among Us idea, just because of the. Oh my god, I've seen too many issues with that with other people streaming it, so I do apologize. I mean, if you ever want to try to, you had to turn it down. Oh man, yeah, she is on a bender today, which I mean I totally understand. So I understand. I shouldn't say I totally understand it where I'm a guy, but it's like, yeah, no, the US is really getting messed up. That's all I'm gonna say about that because I'd rather not have this devolve into political discussion here. Um, but yeah, hope you're doing well today. Um, I just DM'd you the list. I'm gonna try to update it if I can, but it's pretty much I've got a. And the thing too is, even if there's something you want me to play that's not on that list, I already said that I would buy it just so I can do a playthrough of it. So keep that in mind as well. So, um, all right, let's get back to the story here. Appreciate you stopping on by though, Eva. First is still for grabs, by the way. Just putting that out there. You're literally the first person to talk, but you're like nobody else has claimed that at all. So today is certainly a day. Let's put it that way. Yeah, and like I said, if there's nothing on the list that you can think of, um, like if there's something that's not on the list that you want me to do, the problem too is there's so many games that I can access, thanks to homebrew consoles. So there's a lot that's like just not listed because there's just like the PS TV. Thanks to that, I have access to between the PS Vita, PSP, and PS1. I have access to like over 2,500 games, and there's no way I can just list them all. You know what I mean? It's just like too much. Like my N64 flash cart. I've got every. So homebrew basically you're able to um get the protections removed from the console so you can um, put the the official files like so Nintendo Wii is the most famous for its homebrew because it's very easy to do, but basically you do a program that cracks the console and you're able to import the Wii, the different Wii files onto them, so you can play games that were originally released via the stores. So, like for example, I can have the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games on there because they were um, released as WAD files. They were released for the console and whatnot. So basically, it's just another way to be able to get access to games, with the stores no longer being serviced, the online stores no longer being serviced. And the thing with the PSTV is, for the most part, when I bought the PSTV, most of the so well, I mean, I have a Switch. So if there's a Switch game that you want me to play that's specific for the Switch, I already said I'm willing to buy it because, like I said, you gifted 25 subs. There's like I can't say no to buying one game to do a playthrough. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Um, Unfortunately, it's limited to like whatever is backwards compatible for said console. That's the thing. So like the PSTV, basically with that it's essentially a PS Vita that hooks up to your TV, and the PS Vita had options for Vita games, PSP games, and PS1 games, and then like for the Wii, it's access to Wii stuff, Wii Virtual Console stuff. So like Super Mario 64 was a Virtual Console port. Um, they have like Mega Man games that were released through the Virtual Console store. But I can also, with the Wii, because it's backwards compatible with the GameCube, I can actually play GameCube games with a different application that works through that homebrew. So, like I said, there's just access to a lot of different games thanks to homebrewing, and it's not for everybody. So it's not like there's some people that are totally against stuff like that, but especially where it's like it's just so expensive for some of these games and whatnot. The one you're thinking of is free. Yeah, I mean, if you know what it is, I mean, any time you want to let me know, you can think about it as long as you need to. You don't need to make a decision right away. So, definitely, whenever you come to a decision, we'll coordinate. At that point, the one thing I like to do is I just like to coordinate like a day of the week that works well for you to actually be able to watch. So if it's like if Mondays are the best day for me to stream it, like that's the one day that you can really watch, or I like to coordinate so whoever is requesting the game can actually have a chance to watch it. So all right, I think it's time to get back to the story, but certainly if you have any questions about it, as we go, I'll answer as we go, okay? But again, seriously, I'm still reeling over the fact that you gifted that many. I'm not gonna get over that. I feel like it's just insane. I sincerely appreciate it. All right, let's get back to the story here. So we find Rika. We don't know where Mion is. Whoa! Oh, it's Rika-chan. Don't scare me like that. Rika-chan was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika-chan didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika-chan? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair, too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Rika-chan, are you hurt? Did you fall? No, that isn't it, Rika-chan said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you? Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi. Rika-chan walked over and clung to me. Oh no, she knows about the storehouse, doesn't she? At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers. Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival? My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika-chan, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain. Keiichi, do you really not remember? My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me. Oishi-san asked me. Shion asked me. And now Rika-chan was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everyone knew? They all knew. And they came to ask me again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomitaki-san's and Takano-san's deaths prove it?
Keiichi?
How should I respond? We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse, and even though I regretted it so much, she wasn't saying it enough. Wait, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. I'm not exactly a good kid, you know? I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika-chan stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few months of mutual silence, Rika-chan released me.
I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it,
she said, smiling her usual smile. Then, tap, 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 she went running off as if nothing had happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika-chan! If she didn't hear my voice, then I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika-chan swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika-chan.
What is it?
If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening, had I done something that wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really. Still, Tomitaki-san and Takano-san, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would forgive only me. Rika-chan cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180, as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika-chan was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking the taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi-san? Rika-chan could just give up and leave, couldn't she? She didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Hey, Tato, what's good? Hope you're well today. What are you up to, my man? Any good plans for the day? Eva, I forgot to ask if you've got any good plans for the day. I knew I forgot something. Hope, hopefully everybody's got good day plans, weekend plans, all that. Nothing. Hey, there you go. Sounds fun. How's the I was gonna ask how the band's been going. And I know you talked about it kind of recently, but that was a while ago. Hey, there you go. Oh, hopefully you guys nail it, you know? Say it, Keiichi Maibara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomitaki-san and Takano-san died. Hey, there you go. That's always a good sign, yeah. A pulping machine called Chaos was grinding up my brain. The juice wrung out of it turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall.
Keiichi.
Rika-chan suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head.
I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi.
I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so that Rika-chan's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat. Yeah, it's funny because it's like the one I did like a band. Well, really wasn't like a band. It was just me on guitar and and friend doing vocals. Well, it's like anytime I tried to practice with him, it was, dude, it was pulling teeth. It was rough sometimes. Oh boy. Completing something sad. Man, that. Oh, I can only hope the best for you, Eva, with that. I don't want to pry if it's gonna be rough for you, so don't. But hopefully everything goes well with that. I can only hope that for you. Oh no, speaking of knowing, Rika knows. Rika absolutely knows. Look at this line.
Do you know about the big storehouse a little way behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals.
My breath literally stopped. Rika-chan, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all.
Apparently, on the night of a festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse.
Cat?
Yes, a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me.
The cat always wanted to explore the inside of the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside.
Oh, that's gotta be about Takano-san.
So, on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside.
That's fair. I mean, at least there's gonna be something positive in the end, it sounds like, though. The cat. It was clearly supposed to be Takano-san. See, even I picked that out. Or, wait, was it supposed to be me?
Inside, there were actually lots of things that scared the cat.
Rika-chan made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me.
The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could, clatter clatter, shiver shiver, meow meow. It was terrible.
This cat, who are you saying it was?
The cat is a cat. Meow meow.
Rika-chan still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was without a doubt me. Rika-chan, please, tell me. The cat. What should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I had sort of admitted to being the cat.
The cat is just a cat, so we can just keep meowing and everything will be fine.
E- Everything will be fine. That's stupid.
Shouldn't it just keep meowing?
Jeez. Rika-chan and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want it to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, like Shion said. That's what I thought. So I stubbornly remained silent. But now, that's enough. It can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat making mischief and sneaking inside.
The dog.
That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat and trying to get it to say that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika-chan's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika-chan. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika-chan grinned.
It's alright. I'll protect the cat.
Uh-huh. I thought for a moment that I'd misheard those words, so dependable they were.
The cat is really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all of the dogs are just misunderstanding.
Eh? It's not all that bad.
The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
Rika-chan will do something about it? I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika-chan didn't look all that dependable.
It might be hard, but I'll do my best. Go for it. Yay!
She clenched her fist and stuck in it. Ah, my throat is already hurting. The lack of, like, I finally got a good sleep last night, though I wish it could have been longer, but I still feel really off. Oh well. She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika-chan said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. Is that really all it took to resolve this whole thing? Will you really be alright, Rika-chan?
If I don't do my best, then something bad could happen to the dogs too.
I had no idea what Rika-chan was talking about anymore. She hadn't been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things. So, at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and to leave it to her. Rika-chan straightened up once again, patted me on the head, and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling. that I couldn't help but start to cry. Um, sorry. The cat really was just a little bit of mischief. I didn't think any of this would.
It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should have never seen the storehouse.
She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it? Rika-chan, what will happen to the cat? Two of the cats that snuck in, well, that night, I'd heard Tomitake-san and Takano-san's death were being kept a secret. Rika-chan might not have known about it.
Tomitake and Takano?
I gave a star at the sudden mention of actual names. Though, it's weird to do that at this point.
You should forget about them.
My spine froze again. Forget?
Yes. It won't do you any good to remember those two, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. So you should forget about them as soon as possible.
She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all.
I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget about everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrubbed bathtub.
Forget? Rika-chan, you know, don't you? You know how those two died.
No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi.
Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me. So forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you, Keiichi. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika-chan saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was going to fool her or keep anything from her at this point.
The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow.
Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika-chan appeared to think upon this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence.
The big sister cat is angry. Little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad.
The big sister cat. That could only mean Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday.
Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while.
Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse.
Let's stop having club from now on.
Huh? Why?
I think we should leave her alone.
Rika-chan ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. Don't disobey Rika-chan right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her, just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything. Like she said, I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano-san and Tomitaki-san and what I did that night. Just then, we heard a bell far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class.
Keiichi,
As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika-chan called out to stop me.
if the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay?
The misunderstanding dog. She put it in such a cute sounding way, but the true meaning behind those words was an eerie one. Who is the misunderstanding dog?
The dog that bit the mayor. I don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat first.
The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika-chan had admitted it. The sacrifices of that terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. This. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me? Or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true.
I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry.
Rika-chan bowed so quickly, it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So, when Rika-chan pulled her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking.
Hmm.
Ah! So... Rika-chan made a very sad face, but I just couldn't bring myself to put out my head for her again. That day, Rika-chan said she wasn't feeling up for club activities that day, so she suggested we not bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Reina and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remembered Rika-chan's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. If I for- if I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. It's a new day. What have I got on this new day? I've got to pull someone else up on my streaming list because they're offline. So we're gonna pull up another VTuber playing Phasmophobia. Alright. Alrighty. After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika-chan anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika-chan was saying. Not only did she know about Takano-san and Tomitake-san's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she were a concerned party. After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Rika-chan's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly, a knock. I need to lower this one stream though. I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was. Keiichi! I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san. It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door. Sonozaki-san. Which one? The older sister or the younger? I don't know. Ask her yourself. I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me. Shion. Good evening. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry. So please, cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment, she said she'd forgive me. You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have, so that we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. I forced myself to swallow a solid drop of saliva. Then, let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right? Yeah, I'll be fine. Firstly, it seems sneaking into the ritual storehouse was more of a taboo than we thought. Takano-san and Tomitake-san's miserable ends, terrible enough that you could call them a warning, they were more than enough to make me believe that. The culprits killed those two, the ones responsible for selling in the storehouse, and they'll come for us next. I know you want to deny that, but please accept it. It'll be too late to believe me after you've disappeared, okay? I got it. You can never be too careful after all. I don't want to accept it either. To think that sneaking a peek at that museum of torture devices deserves a death like that, I don't want to believe it. That's what a taboo is. For those who honor it, if one breaks the taboo, no matter how small or innocent their intentions were, they wouldn't be forgiven. Let's report anything we notice that seems strange. If we connect all the timepieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of previous years. We could find the key that will resolve everything. You're right. You're right about that. All I was doing was waiting in fear, but Shion already thought that far ahead. Given how trustworthy she felt, I began I became embarrassed over how passive I was being.
Then I'll start since I suggested it. I feel like somebody has been watching me lately.
What?
It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just my imagination.
Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything's been fine for me. I think. As I spoke with Shion, I thought back on today. I had no grounds to say that everything was fine.
I see. Then I suppose it was my imagination, but you be careful too, Kei-chan. Be especially careful when you're by yourself in public. I'm in Okinomiya, so I won't be alone very often, but you live in Hinamizawa. There'll be a lot of times you'll be alone. Please be extra careful.
You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful.
Also, about my sister, has she been acting strange lately?
Your sister. Oh, Mion. Right. What do you mean by acting strangely?
Well, yesterday she came to me and asked where I was on the night of Watanagashi.
What? That's. She asked me too. The day before yesterday, I think Mion asked me.
I see. I told her I wasn't there. What did you say?
I did the same thing. I just dodged the question. Both of us gave a quiet sigh of relief.
Ever since the night of the festival, my sister has been acting strangely. We can't be too careful, so just be aware, okay?
Mion was acting strangely. Aside from her asking me about the night of Watanagashi, she hadn't seemed too out of the ordinary. At least from my point of view. Her twin sister, though, was saying she was acting weird. Maybe it was such a slight change that a stranger like me wouldn't be able to notice. Got it. I'll start being careful. I'll always have Reina with me on my way back from school, so I shouldn't end up alone with Mion very often.
Please be careful. If there's anything that's bothering you, you can tell me.
Alright.
Okay then, is there anything you want to tell me, Kei-chan?
My turn. That's right. Maybe I should report on Oishi-san asking me the same question at the library.
Oh, that time when you were too slow to escape?
Yeah. Oishi-san asked me pretty forcefully whether I was with Takano-san and Tomitake-san that night, and whether I had seen you. Oishi-san seemed to have seen the four of us together.
From the police's point of view, that would make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose, given that, it's only natural that they'd be interested in us.
I evaded the questions then, too, but that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi-san. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain. Hey, Shion, since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think about it, Oishi-san said there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least, That's, at least I think that's what he said. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely did.
As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi is under the impression that the whole village, with the Sonozaki family at the center of it all, is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths. The whole village is behind them, with the Sonozaki family at the center? Please don't get angry like you did yesterday and just listen. I hammered that home before I got too upset. During the Hinamizawa Dam Wars, the priest who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement acted as though he were unrelated, so the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you about the battles that happened, right?
Yeah. All of Hinamizawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV.
In reality, there were many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it.
They were acting illegally?
For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment, or break it, or put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks of the construction vehicles.
Sugar in their gasoline tanks?
Why would they? You don't know? It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It was used by the underground organization in France in World War II, for one. When you put sugar in, the energy burns out and breaks down.
That's pretty bad though, isn't it? It was destruction of property and nothing less.
When they beefed up the guard at the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefectural office either. Apparently, this reached as far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I've heard, they even kidnapped a child once.
Kidnapped?
Yes, the child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Himizawa Dam got spirited away. Then, one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued in the Takatsudo Mountains, which are upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there are stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all.
That's... wow, that's sort of bad, isn't it?
Right in the middle of the whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered that the Sonozaki family had brought out the principal offender, but of course he fled and they still haven't found him.
Once you put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seems suspicious.
Oishi-san even seems to think that the criminal was erased so he wouldn't talk, which is pretty reasonable of him. It's even enough to make me think that the Sonozaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them.
Are you telling me to believe that? That the Sonozaki main house where Mion lives has done all those bad things? You're telling me to believe it?
Even if you don't, Kei-chan, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front so they'd take the brunt of the criticism. So they're respected as sorts of heroes of darkness. I think I only really know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff like the kidnapping, I think only a handful of people even know about it, including Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive after all.
Secretive, huh? family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonozaki family. Unlike Shion, her older twin Mion was deeply involved with everything, and that was not a fun thought to entertain. Actually, really quickly, I forgot to eat. I'm gonna get some rice going so that way when break time comes, I can actually make something for myself. Just give me a minute or two. I apologize for taking this abrupt break, but I hope everybody uh, understands. So I'll be back in just a minute, guys. I'll make it as quick as possible. Alright, I apologize about that. Rice is going. I got some ice cream to nibble on. Help my voice as well as just give me something to fill my stomach with for now. Alrighty. VTuber is back. Alright.
My sister, the young, was the one who acted as the center of the illegal resistance movement.
Mion was? What do you mean?
Well, our dad is a big shot yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of young street rats. Then she played all sorts of tricks on them and just generally got in their way.
Mion did that?
Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. They put her in charge of everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence. Though, since she was a kid, they could get her released pretty easily. She learned that her rage could be used as a weapon.
It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness.
It's nothing to laugh about. Please, take this seriously.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me.
Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects him for the dismemberment incident, and the later ones too.
For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion, dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the damn construction project hell. As the successor to the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Is that really the Mion I knew? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person.
Well, back to the main subject. I just wanted you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please, be careful.
I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that wasn't like she said it in a mean way or anything. Mm, all right. I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sanazaki family, we're basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant they are from me. But please, the more Shion tells me about Mion, the less I understand who Mion is. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. To doubt her. The idea was very sad and painful. Now, about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I thinking the police on our side will work in our favor. You thought so too, Shion? It's just at the moment, like I explained, the police already have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi in particular completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course. So, I don't really want much to do with Oishi. I see. If Oishi-san had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, then he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last, I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi-san. It's probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think there's a problem with you telling him anything. I got it. I won't mention your name. The police's investigative ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. If Rishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Who was after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi-san told you, I mean? If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. Aside from my discussion with Oishi-san? Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika-chan? Excuse me. Ooh, boy. Yeah, you can tell my stomach is not happy that I haven't fed it. Rika-chan was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but what? That's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry. Nothing else? Kei-chan? I remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. Ah, As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. It doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? I just heard this myself. Is it true that old man Kimiyoshi went missing? The old man Kimiyoshi? My gut told me that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, things that happened around this time when Oyashiro-sama's curse would recur would all be covered up. Yeah. Actually, last night, after a meeting, he didn't come home, so all of Hinamizawa was confused. They searched all through the village, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well.
Why didn't you tell me something that important right away?
She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion. Hello?
Kei-chan, what? What should I do?
Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a long while, but then she confessed.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it.
It was just that, the conversation got turned around and... We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so tell me honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then, in a resigned voice, she continued.
Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything.
Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion had done the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Rika-chan. So, in as gentle a voice as I could so as to not set her off, I responded. Old man Kimiyoshi, he's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion?
Yes. He would... When I was little, he was really nice to me.
Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained.
All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. Listen to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person.
Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably wouldn't even figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing.
That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano and Tomitake-san died?
Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out.
Right. What then?
Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled, then told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him.
Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika-chan taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in. It's my fault. Because I revealed everything. Stop it, Gion. It's not your fault.
No, it is my fault. I told him everything. Old man Kimiyoshi found out about everything. So, he has to have been killed. It was right after I told him, after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed, and he told me everything was going to be alright.
He found out, so he became involved.
I should have never told him. All of this should have just been our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't something I should have told to someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it.
Hey, stop.
If they were doing that, then they obviously would have. Then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. The order is all wrong. You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first? No, it's in order. They must be planning to kill us last of all.
What? What?
They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to. And then, after they've caused so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing.
I said calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor's disappearance has nothing to do with you. It's unconnected. It's not related to Takano-san and Tomitaki-san dying at all either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself.
No, it is connected. It just has to be. I told him, so he was killed. He got killed because he knew. I confessed it to him, so he got killed.
She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in a delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason, the shadow at my feet began to freeze. From that shadow, a cold arm reached out. So cold, it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill. A freezing cold, numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything. So he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra. And finally, even those repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine. Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan!
What? What did you say just now?
Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today.
Rika-chan? You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine?
Yes! Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan.
When you did, what did she say? The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure.
That's what Rika-chan said. And then she smiled. She smiled just like the missing mayor had when he encouraged Shion. Uh-oh. I'm sorry, Shion. I, I'm a bit. I'm worried about Rika-chan. Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know. When I do, you'll know I'm still all right. I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry, I'm hanging up. I put down the receiver without waiting for Shion to say goodbye. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it. Please be safe. Rika-chan! From the scrapbook 8, their punishment isn't over. Alright, so I'm gonna officially take my break now. I'm gonna go ahead make some food, so I might be a little longer than usual. I do apologize. Let's just do a quick save. I sincerely appreciate everybody that's been here watching, chatting, lurking. I will be back as soon as I can, just after I make something. So appreciate all you guys. Okay, so supremely unfortunately, the rice is still cooking, so that was a little preemptive, I guess. But this is my own damn fault for not eating beforehand. I apologize. Let's continue on, shall we? So we are on to what, chapter 10? After hanging up on Shion, I searched for Rika-chan's phone number on my school's contact list. There it is. My fingers trembled with urgency. I failed multiple times to put in the simple 5-digit number. Keiichi, are you calling someone at this hour? It's late and it's being rude to the other person. That doesn't matter right now. I shouted angrily at my mother, listening to the dial tone. Pick up. Come on, pick up. The time was 11 p.m. It certainly wasn't early. It was essentially the middle of the night. Had Rika-chan already gone to bed? Her phone would be ringing constantly, though, so would she get back up for me? Rika-chan didn't pick up. She didn't pick up. She didn't pick up! Maybe she just happened to miss it. Maybe her bed was just too far away from the phone. The sound of a phone ringing gets clearer and clearer the longer you go on sleeping. Then, the bathroom? Yeah, she must be taking a bath. If that was the case, then even if she heard the phone, she wouldn't be able to pick up. It's a little late to be taking a bath, but it was possible she normally took baths right before going to bed. I'll wait 30 minutes and try calling again. Even as I was thinking that, I called her house over and over again. I kept calling. Over and over. Again and again. I kept on calling her, but she didn't pick up even once. I think I kept trying for about 30 minutes, yet she wasn't picking up. Were my phone calls so persistent that she had gotten scared picking up the receiver? No, that couldn't possibly be it. There was no point in doing this any longer. The best thing to do would be to go there in person. Where was Rika-chan's house, though? Shit. I've never even asked her where she lived. Her residence was written there in the contact list, but it was an address with mostly numbers, so I couldn't tell where it was just by reading it. Isn't there a map or something in here? Rika Furude. Last name was Furude. It's a bit of an odd last name, so it might be easy to find. Think of that, I rummaged around the drawer with the phone book, but could only find things like takeout menus and phone numbers for public establishments. Shit. I tore one thing after another out of the drawer, but I didn't come up with any clues as to where Rika-chan's house was. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. If you don't know, then just ask. Ask someone who does know. Ah, that's it. Reina's gotta know. I looked up Reina's phone number on the contact list. Reina Ryugu. There she was. Hello? This is Ryugu. Oh, hello. This is Ryugu. It was the voice of a grumpy sounding man. It must have been Reina's father. I am calling in the middle of the night. I need to be polite. I'm sorry for calling so late at night. This is Maibara. Is there any chance Reina-san is around? Reina is taking a bath. Oh, she's done? Reina! There's a friend of yours on the phone. Oh, right. Reina Ryugu was her real name, wasn't it? I'd gotten so used to calling her Reina that hearing her real name caught me a little off guard.
Hello? This is Reina.
Ah, it's me, Keiichi. Sorry for calling so late.
Huh? Keiichi-kun? What do you need at a time like this? Like this?
Well, actually, I wanted to know where Rika-chan's house is. Reina seemed a little appalled that I'd call her for something like that at this hour. However, she spoke her next words seriously, as if she'd caught on to how urgent my need was.
Okay. Sure. You know the assembly hall on the grounds of the Furude Shrine? There's a two-story shack used for storage behind it. That's where she lives.
I couldn't immediately visualize the place, but as long as I knew she lived on the shrine grounds, I'd just have to take a look around. Got it. Thanks. Sorry again for calling so late. Apologize to your dad for me too, would you?
Okay, but Keiichi-kun, why do you want to know where Rika-chan lives?
Reina asked in an unusually sharp way, halting me before I could hang up the phone. I hesitated for a moment about whether to tell her. He was killed because I told him.
Keiichi-kun, if you're still listening, could you answer me? Why are you asking where Rika-chan lives at a time like this?
Reina affected her usual tone, but beneath her words lay a certain tension, like she'd intuitively sensed something was going on. What will you do, Keiichi? If it's Reina, can't I tell her? He was killed because he found out. I revealed everything, so he was killed.
Keiichi-kun, Reina's being serious. Please answer me.
Reina asked me once again in a tone so forceful I couldn't imagine her using it normally. I was taken aback by her vigor. Reina was Rika-chan's friend too. She had the right to be concerned about Rika-chan disappearing. If I told Reina, then, even if only for a moment, I could drive away my horrifying fears. Reina, well, I can't exactly tell you why, but
Yes?
Reina's tone was seriousness itself. Just from that tone, I could feel her saying, no matter what you say, Keiichi-kun, I'll believe you. That subtle sense of security gave me the courage to reveal the truth. I have a feeling that Rika-chan is in danger.
You mean like a premonition? Or do you have some reason to believe she's in danger?
I really didn't have time to go back and forth with Reina about this. Still, I think listening to her calm voice soothed my pointless impatience. I don't have much reason, but yeah, I still hesitated. I told Rika-chan that we had snuck into the ritual storehouse. The mayor, to whom Shion had confessed before that, had already disappeared. So, it was possible that Rika-chan also. I didn't know how to explain it to Reina. While I was tongue-tied, Reina spoke up.
Sorry for asking something so weird. I thought about it, and it isn't like you need to be sure.
Reina laughed a little, seeming a bit absent-minded. I wasn't exactly in the mood to laugh, so this time I was dumbfounded. Reina continued in a cheerful, yet still purposeful voice.
You're worried about a friend. I don't think you need a reason to go and check on them. Even if Rika-chan was asleep and you ended up waking her up, if that was why you did it, then none of us would get mad.
Reina, thank you.
Okay, then, Keiichi-kun. Just one thing. You called Rika-chan's house, right? Then you just couldn't get through, so that's why you asked me where her house is?
Yeah, that's right. I must have called her for over 10 minutes. She could just be sleeping and not have noticed.
Rika-chan's house is really small. She would definitely hear the phone ringing, even if she was asleep. Satoko-chan is there too, so there's no way neither of them would notice.
Huh? Satoko? You mean she's living with Rika-chan?
Yeah. You didn't know? Well, we can talk about that later. Anyway, if you call that much and no one answered, then something's definitely wrong.
Reina understood that the situation wasn't normal far faster than I could have ever imagined her to. It made her seem dependable. However, the fact that Reina had acknowledged this also meant that the best case possibility of it all just being the result of my own needless fears went out the window. I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can
I'll go to Rika-chan's house right now. Will you come with me? I can show you the way.
Sounds good. Let's meet up at the same place as usual. I'll be waiting for you.
No, wait. I'll come get you at your house. You just wait there. And tell your family you're coming with me to Rika-chan's house, okay?
Well, that'd be okay. We might lose time if you come here.
Did you call Mi-chan too? She's really dependable at times like these. If you haven't, then I'll give her a call.
My thoughts froze for a moment. Shion had just told me to be careful around Mion during our phone conversation a little while ago. If the Sonozaki main house was somehow lurking behind the surface of the annual freak deaths, then the current heir to the family, Mion, wouldn't be uninvolved. So, wouldn't that mean she wasn't uninvolved in what happened this year to Takano-san and Tomitake-san, and also the mayor's disappearance?
Okay, bye. I'll be right over. Wait for me.
That's all Reina said before hurriedly hanging up. Now wasn't the time to be doubting Mion. I needed to make sure Rika-chan was safe. I got changed and grabbed the key to my bike. I figured things would go more smoothly if we met up in the place we usually do before school. Reina wouldn't need to come all the way to my house. My parents would probably have objected if I told them I was leaving, so I creeped out without a word. The night was unusually warm and disagreeably humid. She said that Rika-chan and Satoko lived together, right? Huh? Then, it wasn't only Rika-chan. Satoko wasn't there either? Realizing what them living together really meant caused my thoughts to immediately take a turn for the worse. That can't be. Satoko is... She's got nothing to do with any of this. Even if there were a reason for Rika-chan to disappear, there shouldn't be one for Satoko.
Keiichi-kun?
Reina was really fast. She approached me on her bike at an amazing speed. Her breath was ragged, painting a clear picture of just how hurriedly she'd been going. Hey, Reina! Let's get going!
Keiichi-kun? I thought I told you to wait at your house.
Reina's expression was all business. Was she mad? Came out of the blue, and I faltered for a moment. Well, I just figured it'd be faster to meet up here.
Keiichi-kun? Don't you get it?
Reina shouted, clearly angry. I'd never seen Reina like this before. Do I get it? What's the problem? Reina seemed to know she was scaring me, took a couple of deep breaths, then continues as if admonishing me, but her expression didn't soften at all.
Keiichi-kun? The whole village is in an uproar now that the elder disappeared, right?
Yeah.
Now you're telling me that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan are where they're supposed to be, right?
Yeah. That that about sums it up.
Then you need to be more careful. You have any idea how dangerous it is to be standing out here alone in the middle of the night?
I began to understand where Reina's anger was coming from.
You told your family you'd be going to Rika-chan's house with me, didn't you? So that in the worst case scenario, if you and I were to disappear, people would know when and where we did?
Reina was perfectly level headed in this emergency situation. Ever since the night of Watanagashi, every night someone had died or disappeared. On the night itself, Takano-san and Tomitake-san met strange ends. On the next night, the elder vanished. Now, on the next night after that, Rika-chan and Satoko were nowhere to be found. I hadn't been thinking of anyone but myself, but it wasn't enough to say that Hinamizawa was a little strange at the moment. It was, in fact, extremely strange. Reina had even anticipated our own disappearances, and had told me to tell my family where I was going. I was embarrassed at my own carelessness, and the need to be embarrassed made me afraid of the night. Sorry, I didn't tell them yet.
Okay, then let's go tell them together.
With Reina beside me, I wheeled back towards my house. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. A sky that was uselessly vast and cold, so that no matter what, it would never seem to me like a dream. This cruel fact had already confronted me. On such a crazy night, Reina had been unimaginably dependable. Hinamizawa's metamorphosis, enough to make Reina caution me against carelessness, was, to me, the most fearsome thing of all. The moon seemed strangely high in the sky. We met up with Mion on the way, and she, of course, was unsure whether to believe me about Rika-chan and Satoko's disappearance.
Kei-chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke.
Mion was clearly displeased. If this were a joke, it wasn't very funny. I understood how indiscreet my words were. Ever since the day before yesterday, someone had either died or vanished every night. Rika-chan and Satoko disappearing after all that was something you just couldn't say, even in jest.
Me-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke after all. We need to go make sure whether it's a joke or not. You're right. Sorry for getting upset.
However indiscreet a joke it may have been, if we learned that our friends were safe, it ended up as nothing more than a funny story. Having been warned about that by Reina, Mion gave me a dry smile, the tension she felt loosening a bit. She mounted our bicycle as well. Our 3 bicycles' lights flashed down the pitch-black roads. They were some of the only illumination outside.
Kei-chan, why'd you suddenly decide to call and ask about Rika-chan's house at a time like this?
Mion asked me the same thing that I had trouble explaining to Reina. Would it be weird to call it a premonition? I couldn't quite tell because it was dark, but I thought I could see Mion smiling very ambiguously. I definitely understood that she wasn't convinced, though, despite the darkness. Well, I had this bad dream while I was snoozing, and I couldn't get it out of my head.
So, did Rika-chan get kidnapped in the dream?
Well, It was more of a vague feeling, sort of thing. If Rika-chan had answered the phone, I would have called you and Reina after that. Lies smoothly babbled out of my mouth, makeshift though they were. I was lying because I thought telling them I was connected to Shion would be like silently admitting we'd stolen into the ritual storehouse together that night. Mion didn't press me any further. I don't know whether that convinced her. Or maybe she figured that making sure Rika-chan and Satoko were safe would be faster than making an issue out of it. I felt relieved and immediately a little guilty. Mion hadn't really been acting any differently these last few days, but I'm still trying to distance myself from her for some reason. It was only because of what I heard from Shion and Oishi-san, that she was a successor to some kind of super extravagant gang family. No. Was I just trying to force myself to forget? Don't do that, Keiichi Maibara. Wasn't it Mion who was the first to ask about the night of Watanagashi? In such a harsh tone at that? Have I already forgotten the terror I felt? At the time, Mion looked like someone different from the Mion I knew. When I think about that Mion, then Shion and Oishi-san's descriptions of Mion made a tiny bit more sense. That's it, isn't it? If it wasn't for how she acted that day, then I wouldn't be feeling this way towards her now. What on earth was going on with her back then? I was conveniently thinking only of everything she had done after that, while disregarding the very first thing I should have been looking at most, wasn't I? Mion was pedaling her bicycle in front of me, her long hair fluttering in the wind. No matter how long I looked at her back, it never gave me answers to any of my questions. We went all the way to the stone steps leading up to the shrine grounds. Of course, we weren't going to want to haul our bikes up there, so we parked them beside the staircase instead. So, this is the Furude Shrine. Everybody comes and goes as they please, as if it were a park, but this place is actually a grand estate owned by the Furude family. So the entire shrine is private property. It really makes you feel the passage of time. 10 or 20 years ago, it would have looked the exact same. Then, wouldn't that mean that the Furude family is really old? With the history going back for generations? Yeah, they're gone. That's odd. Reina said something clearly disquieting, so I ran over to her. What's wrong, Reina? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan always leave their bikes here. See? They're gone. I took a look around. Indeed, there were no other bicycles aside from the ones we'd taken to get here. Couldn't they have parked them somewhere else? Could they have brought them up the stairs? Those girls couldn't do that, Keiichi-kun. Just as she said, I couldn't imagine Rika-chan and Satoko lugging their bikes all the way up there. We hadn't yet knocked on Rika-chan's door, but reality was already sparking some ideas that weren't what you'd call good. Maybe they were just parked under some trees and we hadn't noticed them. I refused to believe that not being able to find their bikes here was proof that they'd disappeared. Let's go! The only way to be sure is to check their house. We all nodded and dashed up the stone steps. We passed through the red arch and came out onto the shrine grounds, which was covered in neat gravel. It was so quiet here, as though the Watanagashi festival had never happened. So, where's the house they live in? Over here. Come with me. Reina took the lead and sprinted off. We went towards the assembly hall behind the shrine, then looped around behind it. In the darkness of the night, we found a small prefab two-story shack that looked like a warehouse. The lights are off. Are they sleeping?
Let's knock.
Reina and Mion neared the shack, which didn't really look like a place people would live. They had such a beautiful shrine, so I'd figured they'd live in an equally beautiful house. It was far from what I expected.
Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! Are you there?
Reina shouted up towards the second floor. Her voice was restrained at first, but it steadily grew louder. No answer. In fact, there wasn't any sort of activity in the house at all. They might be sleeping. Let's wake them up. Mion banged on the shutter with both hands, and the loud sounds echoed into our surroundings. They would have to notice this much noise. They would turn on the light in their room, fling open the windows, and yell, "What time do you think it is?" That, however, wasn't happening. There was absolutely no response. Mion stopped slamming her fists on the shutter, and a sudden silence fell over us. The silence aroused terrible thoughts in us. I could feel the blood draining from my face.
It's locked. I wonder if we can get into somehow.
Reina showed no signs of stopping. It didn't look like she would admit they weren't there until we went inside and saw for ourselves. That refusal to give in gave me strength. The second story windows wouldn't be locked. I'll give them a try.
Kei-chan, a ladder.
Mion brought over a ladder that was standing against the house. The footing was a little unstable for me to be climbing it, but Mion held the ladder firmly in place for me. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor. To be fair, these streams are just like these are definitely way more chill streams compared to the game streams. It's fine. One of the lessons I kind of learned, and it's part of the reason when I got the new computer, is not to really worry too much about the viewer count. Honestly, I used to have. I appreciate it. One of my really bad tendencies was when I had the viewer count showing on my screen. I would have the preview screen set up in a way that I could see just that number, and yeah, it was not good mentally. So I just as long as people feel welcome, come and go and whatever. I get it. I totally get it, Tato, because sometimes after streams it's like, especially when I have the small days. That's fair. That's fair. I've been trying. I kind of feel bad now because it's like I've been doing a lot of stuff lately. It's like I haven't been chatting too much. I try to if I can, but it's like, I'm just involved in way too much, and it's my own damn fault for it. I totally get it though. But like with this stream, I don't necessarily care as much. This stream in particular, it's just me reading a story, so it's like I don't mind if people don't talk. In fact, it's like, it's nice when I can just focus on the story in a way. But I totally get where you're coming from with it in general. So I do understand where you're coming from. But like I said, one of the biggest things for me, like I said, was I had such a bad span of just staring at the viewer number, and that was something that was really affecting me mentally. So I do get that side of it. Okay, I'm just gonna read the whole reread the whole thing. But no, I do I appreciate you stop. I appreciate everybody that stops on by whether they're watching or chatting. It's like the other point too is with the time that I stream at, I know a lot of people are at work and they're unable to chat with me, so it's totally understandable in that regards. And it's part of the reason why when I got the new computer, I'm like, I want to do more to give the people opportunity to actually be able to see everything I'm saying with the closed captions and all that, make it more accessible to more people. So I sincerely appreciate it though, Tato. I really do. Oh my god, my back. Oh, crack. Oh, I at least got one crack on the side. I needed it. All right. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed. I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor. Oh yeah, anytime I like try to spin around or whatnot, like especially if I'm like trying to do stuff on the. Actually, speaking of which, I need to. As I say that, I'm like, shoot, I literally need to make sure I pull up some streams because two people went offline, and there's two more people I can pull up, which is great. It's so funny. It's it's great. Um, I wonder if my rice is done, but I'm kind of to the point with the story where I'm like, man, I wanna keep reading because we're getting to some really juicy stuff at this point. It's my own freaking fault for for not having eaten before stream. 100% my fault. Alrighty. I hadn't climbed too many ladders. My inexperience with them exposed, I climbed up one step at a time and tried to open each window on the second floor. Oh god, yeah. It's so dumb how much religion has actually infiltrated politics in the US. It's so bad. I don't want to talk too much about it just because it's like I don't know. I feel like political discussion always ends poorly, especially in the US. Yeah. Roy had anger stream when she started streaming today for her IRL channel. Oh my god. I mean, let's just put it this way though. Like, imagine if there was one party. Like, it's like, imagine if there was one party that was formed, and it was like mostly, you know, people that Muslims that celebrate Islam. Imagine how much of an uproar like there would be because of that. And it's a shame that we don't do that more with uh the GOP because they're literally doing they're literally doing that with Catholicism and Christianity at their helm. It's yeah. I'm gonna stop it there because I'm gonna get angry. Oh man. Yep. Exactly.
Me-chan, I'm going to check the main house just to be sure, okay?
Oh, I forgot to turn that off. Oh boy. Oh man, you guys should check out Roy anyways. Um, especially like, oh man, she's gonna have some anger streams. Okay, hold on. Tato. Who do I have got watching behind me? These are the people that I am currently watching behind me. I've got Mr. Wa. I've got Yumizuro, who is a VTube streamer. Quest Hub is... Dude, I'm happy that Questy is streaming again a bit more often. He got really in a bad place when his finances were starting to go to poop. He got a job, and then that was just taking up his time, and now he's back to streaming and doing good with that, so I'm glad he's back. Senpai's still working on trying to get affiliate, and I try to hop in his streams as much as I can, but he usually only has like 1 or 2 viewers, which is it's a shame. And then the only other one I want to do, I just want to do Roy's, because Roy's got 2 separate channels, one for her gaming stream, which is the Roy Destroyer, and then for her IRL channel, she has one specifically set up, and those are just 2 distinct different ones. So, and actually, no, I'm gonna do one other one just because it's a friend of mine in real life that I've known for like a decade. We've been like on and off in terms of like talking with each other, but it's fine. All right.
Me-chan, I'm going to check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back.
Reina darted away. What? A main house? It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? At that point, I recalled something else. Wasn't Satoko living here too? Satoko's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of Yashiro-sama's curse. Oh! Oh! Oh boy. Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi. I've heard that name before. I remembered. He was the one who disappeared last year because of the curse. Ever since then, Satoko and Rika-chan have been living in the shack. Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together. They help each other out. Reina said main house, didn't she? Wouldn't it be easier to live there? The curtains were drawn, so I couldn't get a good look inside to see, but 2 young girls living together seemed like a pretty tough life.
I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents.
I had no idea. I feel really bad for them. They were normally so cheerful at school that I never even realized an atom of this. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, they have it hard, huh?
She's cursed.
Huh? Suddenly, Mion said something in such a low voice that it sounded like she was really cursing someone, and I didn't let it slide. I turned around on the ladder to face her and asked again. Mion, what did you just say?
I said she's cursed.
Mion, still holding onto the ladder, brought her head up to look me in the eyes. As soon as our eyes met, an absolute zero jolt of electricity surged through my body. Mion's eyes clouded over, and within them boiled and bubbled a stew of chaos. It whirled around and around like a raging sea, and bubbles floated to the surface. I had at some point been trapped on this ladder, like being cornered on a dead-end street. Mion, you... Why are you making that face? I intended to follow that up with "you're going too far with this joke" and give her a forced smile. However, on such uneven footing as I was, the only thing that came out of my mouth was a hoarse groan as I desperately struggled to not let nausea overwhelm me.
Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Oyashiro-sama.
Mion answers with a response to something I never asked, as if replying to somebody else's question. The only people who fell from the park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died on that day. She was the only one to survive. Oh. This is Mion.
The only people who fell from that park observation platform were her parents. Only her parents, who treated her like dirt, died that day. She was the only one to survive. Then, she was sent to live with her aunt, who treated her cruelly, and the aunt was killed on the night of Watanagashi by some deviant who beat her to death so violently her brains were everywhere, and her head had an entirely different shape by the end of it. Then, Satoshi-kun, who always protected her, he suddenly disappears on her birthday. Someone made him disappear, even though he wasn't abusing her.
The police judged him to have run away from home, but Satoshi-kun wasn't the kind of person who would do that.
He was always earnest. He would never ask for anyone else's help. He would always drag himself through everything with hard work alone. He worked so hard, he nearly ground his bones into dust, all for his one and only little sister. And yet, someone made him disappear. She was the only thing he lived for, and yet someone made him disappear. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was never rewarded, that Satoshi-kun. How ungrateful that child is. She is cursed. All who get near her suffer the same fate. The curse kills them, or the curse makes them disappear. She cannot have any relief. She cannot have any relief. It's probably Satoko's fault that Rika-chan disappeared too. It has to be it. Has to be it. Has to be. Has to be. It has to be. Has to be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to be. It has to.
Mion was mumbling words over and over that were no longer coherent. Her shoulders were trembling so hard that I could feel it through the ladder. I almost lost my footing, which made me realize just how far away the ground really was. Calm down, Mion. I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't sure if she even heard me. Mion rocked back and forth, and that rocking and trembling was becoming even more violent. Help me. The ladder. It's falling. Help me. Help! Just then, I heard the sound of many people running towards us.
Oh, hey! Oh, over here!
I very nearly said help me outright. 4 or 5 adults led by Raina ran over here with flashlights. Okay. The rice should be done. I'm making food. I'm so hungry. I'm not going to do an ad break. I'm just going to put the short break up. I'll be back as soon as it gets made. I am so freaking hungry. I'll be right back. Roy's here, Roy's here. Hi, Roy. You died. I'm sorry. I forgot to eat before stream. So, like, I just made food for myself. I am so freaking hungry, man. I ended up making chicken onigiri, which I have not made that in forever. I'm actually gonna put a picture of it in my server. It looks so plain, but it's fine. Plain food for plain Janes. I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom too. All right. Roy, you feeling any better? I know the whole situation is miffing you off. But I'm just making sure you're good right now. Oh, it's so good. It's basically the equivalent of like a chicken sandwich in a way. Oh god, actual food, so good. Okay. Geichi-kun, Me-chan, sorry it took so long. I borrowed the key. Oh, nice one. Seems all the windows and doors are perfectly sealed. I was getting worried. I heard Mian talking like nothing had just happened. I again felt a chill run through me. The person currently holding the ladder in place, it was definitely Mion. It was the real Mion Sonozaki. Then the person muttering to themselves just a few seconds ago. Who was that? The person who was mumbling about terrible things, like curses. Who was that? I jumped down from the ladder as if running away before Mion turned into that person who wasn't Mion a second time. The adults tried a few different keys on a keyring as they tried to open the big shutter on the first floor. Rika-chan's house used to be a disaster shelter for the town council, so the key to the shutter is still kept in the mayor's house. It's Rika-chan and Satoko's private residence now, though. Well, this is on Rika-chan's property anyway. Nobody complains about it. Mion gave me a smile as she said that. I, however, could only return her gaze with an aghast expression. Mion was acting all too normal now, but that only contrasted all the more sharply with her earlier un-Mion-like creepiness. Is it time to do another heist? It is, sweet. Bang! Bam! Click, clack, 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 bang! Shutter opened up for the first time in a very long while. Reina located the light switch and wasted no time going inside. I followed her in. Rika-chan! Satoko-chan! If you're here, say something! We climbed a narrow staircase. It had looked like nothing more than a warehouse, but now that I was inside, I could feel how lived in it was. It was a person's home. Somehow the scent of the two of them filled the place. This was definitely where Rika-chan and Satoko lived. The first floor doubled as a town assembly warehouse, but the second floor was a space entirely for living. Just like a one-room apartment, past the kitchen was a living room taking up about 150 square feet. Dressers, cupboards, and the like were packed into the space. And in the corner, there was a huge pile of clothes that appeared to have just been taken in from drying outside. In the center of the living room was a fold-up table, and on it were small containers for things like soy sauce and salad dressing. The sense of a frugal lifestyle drifted from all of it. It was so strange that they weren't here in the middle of the night like this. The adults climbing the stairs one at a time began to make a fuss and talk amongst themselves. So, not here?
Yeah, they're not here. This is definitely weird.
The village had just been thrown into chaos yesterday because of the mayor's disappearance. Then, today, even Rika-chan and Satoko had... Were they out playing somewhere together? That can't be. Their bicycles aren't here, though. Where would they have gone so late at night? Have they just not come back yet? Where'd they go? The adults put forth various possibilities, and the house immediately devolved into a state of confusion. Eventually, Mion settled them down.
I don't want to believe it, but the mayor Kimiyoshi disappeared yesterday. We can't say that this is unrelated.
The adults' faces paled at Mion's declaration. Mine and Reina's did as well. Let's see, they could have gone nearby for some tea or something that accidentally fallen asleep. Whoever invited them might just not be able to wake them up at all, too. Let's just eliminate that possibility first. Makino-san, please go around to the house near the stream. Keitaro-san, go look near Ojaga Lake. Okamura-san, Mion promptly gave directions to the villagers. The adults followed them without hesitation, despite a rage.
We'll remain here and call up anyone we can think of on the phone. Okay, everyone, you have your orders.
Got it! The adults all roared in reply and pounded back down the stairs below.
Wow, Mi-chan. You're not only chairperson of the school, but Hinamizawa too.
No time for jokes.
Hey, step aside.
This old man is using the phone. Mion grinned proudly, took the receiver, and got started. Reina gave Mion a trusting look, considering her dependable for doing all this. My feelings, though, were a little more complicated since her leadership seemed to be affirming the Sonozaki family successor impression that Shan and Oishi-san had given me. Stop right there, Keiichi Maibara. None that matters right now. The most important thing is to make sure Rika-chan and Satoko are safe. Let's see. Couldn't there be a clue hinting at where they might have gone somewhere in this room? Still, though, I wouldn't know what to look for anyway. If we tore the whole place apart and figured out what was different from before, we might be able to speculate, but there was nothing strange about this room, and there were no clues in sight. In the first place, I had never been here before. There was no way for me to know what was different if I didn't know how the room usually looked. Hey, don't give up, Keiichi Maibara. Stop thinking and start looking for something. In search of something, I tried pulling open the dresser drawers and opened the windows. I didn't uncover anything meaningful, though. Reina, also unable to stand around doing nothing, was looking around the room like I was. Reina, I don't think you'll find Rika-chan by opening the refrigerator or the cabinet under the sink.
I I just thought they might be hiding. How?
As we were searching, it got noisy outside. Villagers were quickly assembling here, having heard the commotion. Of course, a lot of them were probably people Mion had called.
I'll go tell everyone what's going on. The police will be here sooner or later, too. We'll need to explain the situation to Oishi.
Mion began descending the stairs, and we followed her out to the front of the house. There were already around 10 adults there, and all of them looked uneasy. I suddenly noticed that the old people from the shrine were here as well, and they were praying for Rika-chan's safety, rubbing their prayer beads. This had gotten bad. This wasn't just a problem between friends anymore. Mion-chan, is it true that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan aren't anywhere to be found? The villagers all formed a ring around Mion, swarming her. Mion raised her right hand as if silently telling them to calm down.
First, let's check every house according to the town council's notification division and see if they're visiting anyone. After all, they could be fast asleep at someone's house and totally unaware that we're looking for them.
It would definitely be hard for someone to wake up Rika-chan if she had eaten a good full meal and fallen asleep like a kitten afterwards. Oh, how nice it would be if that were the case. I don't want to think about this, but it's also possible something bad has happened. Mion's face grew remarkably more grim, and a wave of silence washed over the adults.
We should divide up the work too. We'll go around to all the places we went last night while looking for the mayor.
We'll go look around the damn construction site as best we can. You guys go search around the school.
Right. Let's get a move on. Come on, let's go.
Alright, I definitely feel better now that I got food in me.
All of you were up all night looking for the mayor. I know you're all low on sleep, but please do your best.
Got it! With that as their signal, the adults scattered in every direction. I figured I should scatter somewhere as well, so I started walking unsteadily in a direction no one else had gone in. I was getting farther and farther from people. I didn't feel scared or anything, though. If someone were made to disappear, Shion and I should be first. It would have been perfectly normal for me to be scared of the dark. However, I didn't feel that way. Why was that? It was because tonight, someone had already disappeared. So, nobody else should disappear tonight. It would take some time before I, exhausted as I was, would feel guilt at the cause of my own selfish sense of relief. Suddenly, my vision cleared, and a cold wind caressed my body. This was the hill from which you could see the whole village. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there. Knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. Roy, I didn't kill you. I joined the heist way after the fact. You're very late to that party, Roy. Also, Leo! Welcome! Hope you're doing well. I forgot to eat before stream, so I was like struggling to make food and whatnot. That was poop. Well, your pooping got you murdered by the by the Sakamoto. There's even proof. Heist all from Roy. Ahoy. Captain Roy Sawyer is trying to get other pirates killed for treasure. A group of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Kato Island. Kato Island has taken another soul. Roy Sawyer was sent straight to Sakamoto's feeding bowl. Hope you guys are doing well. Roy, I really hope you're feeling better after earlier today. I know there's still anger with what's going on, but I hope you're at least feeling a bit better from earlier. So, Leo, hope you're doing well. I had a feeling it was gonna be a no, but oh well. I can only wish. Whether it's true or not is, you know. Oh man. What dark times we live in, right? I appreciate you guys. Oh. Heart. The carrot 4. No, we can totally make that our new thing. You're baking a raspberry, sure? That's definitely a typo. Oh well. Alright. There it is. Pie. Leo using the text to speak and it's not working properly. Alright. Looking down from this hill, I could see lights on here and there, and knew that the entire village had awoken from its slumber. First Takano-san and Tomitake-san, then the mayor, and now even Rika-chan and Satoko had been sacrificed, and word of it was spreading everywhere. The strength in my knees left me. This could no longer be a joke. Words are hard, especially if the words are with your friends. See, there you go, Roy. Didn't murder you this time. We could have found them. Mion would have told me I was a worrywart. Raina would just be glad we did, and they would have smiled at me. My hopes disappeared as if I were awakening from a dream. That was what the view I could see was telling me. Following my knees, my arms both bent forward onto the ground, and I clawed at it with my nails. I couldn't figure out if I was feeling sorrow or frustration. Is this my fault? I couldn't endure the burden of my own sin, and I had just told Rika-chan about it. They had nothing to do with it, but Rika-chan and even Satoko had been sacrificed. It was like a cross that Shion and I would each have to bear the weight of until we ourselves were erased. Well, if I'm going that far, then the problem started long before that. My original sin of breaking taboo and entering the ritual storehouse without asking. I knew I shouldn't have gone in there from the start, yet I lost out to cheap curiosity. I hadn't felt so angry at myself until this very moment. There was a crunching sound. I wasn't even interested in who made the noise, despondent as I was.
Keiichi-kun? Keiichi-kun! Are you okay?
It was Reina. Perhaps my clawing at the ground made it look as though I was having stomach pains. She ran over and rubbed my back like she was trying to make me feel better. This is all my fault. It's because of me. It's my fault.
Keiichi-kun's fault? You didn't do anything wrong. Please don't blame yourself for this.
I could tell Reina was doing her best to choose the right words out of consideration for me. That's why I could sense her intent behind those words. Keiichi-kun, You know, Rika-chan and Satoko-chan disappeared, don't you? Is what she really meant to say. Because it was an emergency, Reina had ignored the reason why I wanted to make sure Rika-chan was safe, but now that we'd actually confirmed her disappearance, it was only natural Reina would start to wonder about why. However, with the situation having gone this far, I couldn't possibly tell her now. I didn't want to admit that Rika-chan and Satoko had disappeared, but I couldn't let Reina disappear either.
Keiichi-kun, if you stay here out in the wind, you'll catch a cold.
Reina sat down, bringing her eyes level with mine.
They told us that children should go back home to sleep.
Reina showed me her watch as she said that. It was long past 1 in the morning. Time was passing too quickly. Had I been crawling around here for that long?
If we don't sleep soon, we'll have trouble getting up for school tomorrow. Even the adults are really worn out since they were searching for the mayor last night too. They were saying they'd break up a little earlier tonight.
So basically, for those that weren't here earlier, we find out that the mayor went missing. Then we had a phone call with Shion later that night, and found out that Shion had told the mayor what they did, and that was probably the reason he got demoned away, so to speak. Only to realize that we had told we had told Rika exactly what had happened. And now both her and Satoko are demoned away at this point. Just disappeared, missing. Yeah. And Mion, she is showing her dark side to us at this point. Little bits and pieces at a time. Fun. We also found out that Satoko is an orphan, as is Rika, because her parents had died. That one we knew that her parents died. But Satoko is also an orphan because the people that fell off the cliff from Ayashio-sama's curse, yeah, that was Satoko's parents. And then her brother ended up passing away too. The previous year, so. Or at least disappeared, so. I was a little upset that they weren't allotting as much time to this as they had to search for the mayor last night, but that was something I, the cause of everything, had no right to criticize them for.
It's all right. The police arrived a little while ago. Look, there's police cars coming into the village right now.
Hearing that remark, I looked down at the village to see that there were indeed more cars than one would normally expect at this hour, coming from the darkness on the other side of the mountain. However, none of their emergency lights were on. Of course, their sirens weren't wailing either. That's right. All the incidents that occurred right after Watanagashi were seen as the product of Yashiro-sama's curse, and would be handled in secrecy. Rika-chan and Satoko too, their disappearance would end up exactly like the other serial incidents in the past. Surreptitious, unresolved, declared a mystery, and disappear from memory. Rika-chan's face, her sweet face like a Western doll's, would fade away. Satoko's smile, her energetic, fanged smile, would fade away. The more I try to remember them, the less I would be able to. I deserve to be called an idiot dozens of times over, and it wouldn't be enough. I couldn't hold back the tears at my own sheer stupidity.
I don't know what you're blaming yourself for, Keiichi-kun, but you should stop.
I wasn't about to deny it. I couldn't. Even so, I couldn't affirm it either. I wanted to at least keep Reina out of this. If she found out, she would become involved. Please, Reina. Could you just leave me alone? Even if I went home, I wouldn't be able to sleep. If I couldn't get to sleep, then I at least wanted to search for Rika-chan and Satoko until I collapsed. The entire village was looking, and yet they still hadn't been found. I don't think I'd be able to find them if I went looking alone at this point. Still, I had to do it. They disappeared because of me. I couldn't possibly go to sleep while other people are out there searching. I had said that to myself in self-deprecation, but I soon realized that Reina was silently trying to find the meaning in my mumblings. I realized I had misspoke.
It's Keiichi-kun's fault! Why do you think that? Why?
That can't be. Keiichi-kun, you're not at fault. I was happy that Reina said these things to me, but she only did so because she didn't know the truth. If she knew that everything had been caused by my breaking taboo on the night of Watanagashi, then even Reina would curse my existence. By the way, so the taboo that we broke, if you guys don't know, we went into the storehouse that stored all the sacred ritual items, which a bunch of them were just straight up torture devices. Fun. Two of the people that we went in with, they died, Tomitake-san and Takano-san. They found them dead. The other person that we went in with, Shion, yeah, she's the other party involved. And like I said, she told the mayor what had happened. He disappeared. We told Rika what had happened. Now Rika and Satoko have disappeared, so yay! However, I can't even allow for those curses. That would mean confessing my own crimes to Reina. If I spilled even one word of having snuck into the ritual storehouse on the night of Watanagashi, then even Reina could disappear tomorrow night. The gentle, spirited, always joking, always howling, but at a time like this, the most dependable person in the world, Reina, might disappear. I don't want that. Anything but that. This time, I need to bear my own cross. Alone.
Keiichi-kun, I know that you always have your friends in your heart. I can really understand feeling like you want to kick yourself. Reina knows, though, that it's not Keiichi-kun's fault. You didn't do anything wrong, Keiichi-kun, and I know that.
You know that? A shivering in my veins rushed up my back and replaced the sorrow in my heart with fear. I didn't tell her anything, did I? Maybe I accidentally said something that caused Reina to figure it out? This is bad. And now, Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Reina will disappear. Then, Reina, the same way I always did, grabbed my head and began to pet it roughly.
Keiichi-kun, are you thinking that Reina might disappear too? Because of Oyashiro-sama's curse?
She puts more force into the hand rubbing my head.
You don't need to worry about that. Reina isn't going anywhere. I promise.
Why? How can you say that with such confidence? I mean, someone's been sacrificed every night so far. There's no proof that it wouldn't happen again tomorrow night. There was even less proof, after all, that the sacrifice wouldn't be Reina. I don't care who you are. Just, please, if you're going to erase someone, erase me first. Please. Stop cruelly getting rid of people we're close to, like the mayor for Shion, Rika-chan and Satoko for me. Shion's hysterical shouting came back to my mind. They must be planning to kill us last of all. They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They start by killing those we're close to. And then, after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. Reina? Please, don't disappear. Please, don't. As long as I'm still here. I could no longer conceal the sobs welling up within me.
Come on, Keiichi-kun. Crying doesn't suit you. Let's go back to the others. The housewives are cooking some miso soup for us. It'll warm you up and calm you down.
Reina prompted me to stand. I didn't have the energy to oppose her, so I stood as she urged me to. We returned to the shrine grounds to find several gas stoves there with miso soup in big pots. The many villagers there sipped at the soup they were given in dead, stony silence. Their expressions were absolutely exhausted. Everyone had just been running around the village until a little while ago. From the dreary looks on their faces, though, I assumed they hadn't come up with anything yet.
Kei-chan, where did you go? I was worried you disappeared too.
Sorry. Mion held out some miso soup for me, but I refused the offer. I didn't have much of an appetite. I definitely did.
Mi-chan, how is it? Did you find any clues?
Mion took a sip of her soup, her expression frank.
None at all. School ended and they went home. Then the two of them went somewhere on their bicycles. Moreover, nobody ever saw them riding their bikes, so...
When it gets dark out in Hinamizawa, people quickly vanish from the streets. Aside from adults hurrying back home from town in cars or on bicycles, it's normal to see absolutely nobody walking around outside. It wasn't at all strange that nobody had seen Rika-chan and Satoko riding their bikes.
It was the same last night with the mayor. There's no hope.
Mion's apathetic tone pricked my nerves, but that anger quickly subsided. She had been doing all sorts of things to try and find Rika-chan until just a second ago. If I asked her, she'd probably say she was up all night last night too, looking for the mayor, wouldn't she? She must have been far more fatigued than I was. Besides, what about me? I'd spent the time hunched over in indecision, all alone. I had no right to say anything about Mion.
Kei-chan, I know it's hard, but let's turn in for the night. We just decided we should break up the search for now. Drink this and let's call it quits.
Is this the end?
Oh no, of course not. Once it's bright out again, we'll do a thorough search with the police's help. They could have gone to Okinomiya too. People are even saying we should go through all of Shishibone City investigating whether there are any witnesses for both the girls and the mayor. Anyway, what happened, Kei-chan? Where'd you go off to? You vanished all of a sudden. I was really worried.
Suddenly I was on the receiving end, but I didn't have the willpower to respond. Sorry. I'll be more careful.
Nothing happened? Wasn't anyone suspicious spying on or stalking you? Nothing like that?
Mion demanded with a serious expression. I was being criticized for how inconsiderate I had been. Despite being in so much pain, I was frustrated that I was being criticized, but it was my sin. My sin. And I must bear it alone. Nothing. I'll be careful either way. Sorry. Mion, now aware that nothing had happened, heaved a big sigh with her shoulders, looking relieved. Oh, my. I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you'd allowed me to have some. We heard the repulsive voice of a fat man. It was Oishi-san, trailed by a handful of police officers. He was acting energetically, in a way unfitting given the situation. Yeah, in this game we are really rude to Oishi. He is way more prying than the last game. The last game it was like, he was prying but like in a fatherly way. This time he's just sticking his nose in stuff basically. Eva meet Roy, Roy meet Eva. No, uh, there's not much left, but you can have some if you want. Mion didn't like Oishi-san very much. Her cold attitude, though, doesn't seem to bother Oishi-san in the slightest. It was like splashing water on a frog's face. Well, now. Miso soup leftovers have a bit too much salt for my taste. Confound it. Would you all like any? He recommended it to his subordinates, but everyone gave dry smiles and refused.
So, have the police gotten hold of any clues?
Uh-oh, she has an idea. Rana's smile is warm enough to replace the miso soup. Don't you worry, little missy. Everything's fine. It's fine, everything's fine. We're searching for them real good. Prison princess. Oh boy. What's I guess I'm taking a quick look at this, I guess. Ooh, puzzle game. Nice. And it's on sale. Oh, it's like a visual novel puzzle game. All right. I will purchase this after. I'm just gonna add to wish list, and then I will get the after, and then yeah, we'll work on that. Don't worry. He didn't say a word about having found any new clues. In other words, there had been no progress. Yeah, so if you want to get that, you also need to get the DLC because that's on sale too now. Because otherwise the price for the DLC is actually going up from whatever the base price is now. Which it makes sense. I mean, as of right now, with how many songs there are, the DLC base price is like 10 cents per song or something like that, which is insane when you think about it. Musash is a rhythm game. It's a two-lane rhythm game similar to like Taiko. But it basically uses anime girls that fight different what's it called? So there's base game, which is pretty much just like the default songs, and then the DLC literally gives you access to every single other song that they will ever put in the game. It's a one-time buy. But that's more than 53 cents. See, I have Project... I have like one of the crummier Project Divas, though. They're different, though. They're different enough. I don't know. I think the DLC is worth it. It really depends on if you like the game. Roy, I honestly, what I would do is I would just play the default game. Excuse me. I would just play the songs that come with the base game, and if you like it, then get the DLC. But if you don't like it, then you don't have to get the DLC, and you're not wasting all the money on that. Like that's probably the way to do it. That's what I did when I did it. In other words, there had been no progress. That sure was an annoying way of beating around the bush. In any case, it really has gotten late. All you youngsters should get on home and get some sleep. It'll be bad for your health otherwise.
Yeah. Kei-chan, Reina, get some rest. These guys get our tax money. They'll handle it from here for us.
We're taxpayers too, you know. It's like we're drinking our own piss. I really wasn't in the mood for laughter. In fact, Oishi-san was the only one laughing like an idiot.
Okay, seriously, please do your best. Let's go home, Keiichi-kun. It'll be harder to wake up tomorrow if we don't.
Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. I can always bring you home if you need. Kuma-chan, why don't you bring the car around?
No thanks. We came on our bicycles, so.
No need to worry. We came in a truck. We'll just throw the bikes in the back. We may have gotten pretty sleepy, but we just needed a ride home at this point. I didn't want to bother the police like that. Reina, however, nodded.
Okay, if you insist, we'd appreciate it. It's probably safer than if we went back alone.
When I thought about it carefully, I realized that Reina's idea was extremely rational. Now that it's decided, let's get a move on, shall we?
Okay, bye. Good night. Reina, Kei-chan?
Yeah. Mi-chan, you go to bed soon too, okay? Good night. I waved my hand as well, saying goodbye. Rika-chan and Satoko still hadn't been found. My unease, however, was steadily being pushed away by sleepiness. Reina showed the police where our bicycles were so that Oishi-san could haul them up into their truck. He prompted us to get into the back seat. I could hear the springs squeaking as I sat down onto a seat that would normally hurt my rear end, but at this point it was very soft and was more than comfortable enough for me to fall asleep on. Ladies first. We'll start with the little Mrs. house. Where do you live?
Thank you. My house is, well...
Reina's voice slowly grew distant. I felt myself being sucked into the void of sleep. Hello? Maibara-san! Are you asleep back there? Mm-hmm. When I came to, it was quiet. The car was parked. Oishi-san was giving me light slaps to the cheek. Hey, police assault! Police assault! It didn't feel good at all, so I woke up immediately. I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. Something was being held right under my nose. A clump of metal? It was a can of coffee. It's lukewarm by now, but Cafe au lait is good even at room temperature. Oh. Thanks. I mechanically took the can and opened the pull top. The feeling of the warm, sweet liquid going down my throat awakened my sleepy mind. When my drowsiness receded, I started wanting to know why the car was stopped, and why I was offered coffee. Oishi-san, who had been in the driver's seat, had at some point moved to the back. Suddenly, I had a very bad feeling about this. It reminded me of the questioning yesterday at the library. It was already too late by the time I realized I'd made a mistake. Today, of all days, it didn't look like I would be getting away. I had a feeling that until Oishi-san heard what he wanted to, he wouldn't be letting me go. No! Please don't get all formal on me. I'm not going to eat you or anything. Maibara-san. Oishi-san gulped down the last of his coffee, then stretched wide, showing me how relaxed he was. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like tense and uncomfortable, uneasy feeling kind of music. That, however, only served to heighten my nervousness. Oh, what do you need from me? Oh no, Eva! You didn't join again, Roy! You didn't join! Again! I killed Eva! Roy is absolutely not paying attention. Need? Oh, no, nothing really. You're going to evade the question at this point? What a deeply unreadable man. Well, I don't need you for anything. I just thought that you might need something from me, my Barazan. I don't. I don't need anything. Oh, I see. Really? Are you sure there's nothing? There's only one side door in the back seat of this truck. In other words, my only exit was blocked off by Yoichi-san. That fat bastard. I couldn't get away. I could only limply hang my head and maintain my silence. Yoichi-san, despite my reticence, relaxed and began smoking a cigarette. The cries of the insects outside seemed to be growing longer and longer, to an amount of time that almost seemed infinite. Here, I was sure that you had something you wanted to talk to me about. Oishi-san exhaled a puff of smoke. The windows were open, but the tobacco smell still accumulated inside the vehicle. How much did Oishi-san know? What did he know? And what did he want to hear from me? If finding out the truth made you disappear, then if I told him, would Oishi-san disappear too? I had a feeling that I didn't need to worry about that in this case. I wonder how all this ended up happening. Oishi-san addressed me in a low tone, as if he was talking to himself. How all this ended up happening? How the hell should I know? That was what I wanted to know. You know Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san, right? I know you do, because I personally witnessed you with them during the festival, along with Shion Sonozaki-san. Do you know how Tomitake-san and Takano-san are doing now? They've actually, well, passed away. They met very untimely deaths. Oishi-san probably played that card in order to surprise me. No, terrible roll, bummer. However, I already knew, and didn't display the extreme reaction he expected. What's this? Did you already know? Unfortunately, for this question in particular, remaining silent was equivalent to saying yes. Oh no, the roles are turning. The roles are so out of favor. There is a heist. There is a heist that's going too, so. Oh, so then did you also know? The reason Tomitake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that? Do we all die? Oh no. Oh, we get killed by the enlarged Sakamoto. Oh, so then did you also know? The reason Tometake-san and Takano-san were cursed like that? People are saying that apparently they went into some forbidden building. The storehouse for ritual implements. That forbidden shed, sealing away Hinamizawa's bloodstained past. Where the mistake that started it all happened. Do you know about the rumors that say the mayor and Rika Furude-san were cursed because of that too? That would mean it was mine and Shion's fault. He was right. As soon as we revealed what we did. Wow. Eva, 0 luck. No, we need to turn this luck around. Hold on. We need to turn this luck around. Why? There we go. Lucky butter. Let's turn around. What do they call it? Ritual storehouse? Oh, that's Oishi. What did they call it? A ritual storehouse? They're saying it was bad luck. Lock to it had been replaced by a simpler one, which made it easier for thieves to get inside. What? This was news to me. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I don't think you rubbed the butter. That one! No! Are you serious? What actually is happening? Wow. What is that? There we go. Did you rub the butter that time? Good lord. Until last year, it apparently had these big bars and a huge padlock on it. I mean, you know, ever since the priest and his wife passed away, Rika Furude has been managing the place, right? Apparently, she talked to the mayor saying she wanted them replaced with a lighter, more simple padlock because the bars were too heavy for her. I didn't know anything about those big bars he was talking about, but the lock had certainly been a simple one. It was a pretty cheap one, too, and it didn't really fit my impression of what a lock for a place you'd store something as important as ritual implements would look like. Rika-san is a small girl after all. The bars were heavy with rust, and they must have caused her a lot of trouble. So the mayor hired a craftsman and replaced the lock with a simple padlock so she could open it with a key. So, how does that mean it was bad luck? Hey, there you go. Here's what I'm saying. Thieves couldn't get in with the old tight lock. The mayor and Rika-san replaced it with a cheap lock and a key on their own, so thieves broke into it. Apparently that's how it's going down. That explanation's a bit... Letting that slide, certain members of the village delivered punishment upon the thieves who stole into the ritual storehouse, as well as the mayor and Rika-san who changed the lock. At least, those are the whispers that seem to be going around. Maibara-san, what do you think? Well, what do I think? I don't really know what you mean by certain members of the village. What? Oh my god, we had a 1, we had a 2. What is actually happening? I won that roll. I keep getting 2 out of 3. Are you familiar with the 3 families? Representatives from each of them gave short addresses at the Watanagashi Festival's opening ceremony. Did you see them? Alright, no problem, Roy. Have fun with your muse. I came partway through the festival, so I don't really... The 3 families are the 3 oldest families in Hinamizawa. To give actual names, the Kimiyoshi family, the Sonozaki family, and the Furude family. They each have quite the lineage, it seems. Long ago, it said that everything in the village was decided by a council of the three families. The Kimiyoshi family. Old man Kimiyoshi, meaning the mayor's family. The Sonozaki family was Mion's. So, the Furude family was Rika-chan's family then. After the war, the Sonozaki family quickly expanded their influence. Practically speaking, after leading the fight against the construction during the dam conflict, they jumped to the top of the hierarchy in Hinamizawa. You see, though, in accordance with the old ways, they still decide important village matters only after consulting with the three families. Brah. That's why the leaders of the three families each have their own address at the start of Watanagashi. In other words, the mayor, the old lady currently in charge of the Sonozaki family, and the last remaining member of the Furude family, Rika-san. I heard that the Sonozaki family is pretty high up there. So, Rika-chan's family was just as old? Well, as you're aware, she has no relatives at all. In reality, the Furude family holds pretty much no influence. However, it seems like people gravitate towards Rika-san on a personal level, and I hear that many of the village's elderly have blind faith in her. It was certainly true that Rika-chan had an odd sort of charisma amongst the elderly. So, what are you telling me about all of this three family stuff for? Uishi-san paused for emphasis, lighting another cigarette. I've explained a lot, but I suppose it's still not enough. I'm asking because I don't understand. Oishi gave me a dry, meaningful grin and blew out another big puff of smoke. Members of the three families are disappearing one after the other. That's what I'm talking about. I've read that it's based on some kind of old traditions inherent in Hinamizawa, but I don't know much beyond that. I don't know anything about it either. That's why I'm asking. Leaders of the Kimiyoshi and Furude families have disappeared, so maybe the leader of the Sonozaki family will disappear next. Well, that's just a random idea bouncing around my head at the moment. No, ha 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 ha. Just kidding, really. Oishi-san is just being mean to all of us. Wow, I got the lowest roll you could get to win. That's actually insane. The leader of the Sonozaki family. Who is it? The current leader is the old lady at their main house, but wouldn't be incorrect to say that practically all the rights of the leadership have been transferred to her granddaughter, Mion-san. The visage of Mion giving prompt directions to the adults while searching for Rika-chan sprung back to mind. Mion? She's gonna disappear? I hadn't even thought of that possibility. All my hair stood on end. That's insane. Nobody wants that, right? Of course not. We can't allow that. Clamp. Oishi-san grabbed my shoulders with both hands. Then help us, Maibara-san. If there's anything you've noticed about me on Sonozaki lately, please tell me. I was going along with him? By the time I realized it, it was too late. Oishi-san brought his face in closer, almost close enough to ram into me, waiting for my next words. This pressure. I can't tear my eyes away from his. That moment, I heard a beeping sound. It was from the driver's seat. He ignored it at first, but then it started to bother him, so he finally let go of me and leaned into the driver's seat. Hello? Yep, loud and clear. I was saved. Of course, it's not like I could escape through this opening. I see. Yes, alright. Let's head back then. Yes. Okay, okay. Apparently he was being recalled. Now that I knew I'd be freed, the tension in my body dissipated all at once. Yeah, it looks like I need to get going. We were just getting to the good part, too. That's too bad. Oishi-san flung open the door, exited, and walked around the front to the driver's seat. He left the door open. Did that mean I could leave? Oh, I died, even with the nice roll too, though. You really care about your friends, Maibara-san. An admirable trait for a kid to have in this day and age. I totally understand that it feels like you'd be betraying them if you told the police anything. Maibara-san. It's the middle of the night, so get a good night's sleep, and then think about it. Just a little bit of courage from you might end up being what saves many of your friends in the end. Did he want to say that the sacrifices wouldn't stop with Rika-chan and Satoko? You know this already, but every night since Watanagashi, something has happened. In the past, the curse only occurred once per year, but this time, it's been going on for days. What a prosperous year this has been. I don't think you can call that prosperous. Man, one away from true niceness. The night before last night, and now today. There's no proof that something won't happen tomorrow night as well. It's our job to prevent such things before they happen, but for that, we need your cooperation, Maibara-san. I looked out the open door to see none other than my own house right in front of me. It creeped me out that he knew my name and address, but I was too sleepy right now. I was too sleepy to care. Well, you're probably tired. It's already 3 in the morning. Please, get yourself a good rest. Yes, sir. I'll be going now. When I was about to get out of the truck, as if to deliver a parting blow, Oishi-san said in a raised voice, I'll be coming by every day until you feel like talking, alright? Hey, there you go. I don't believe forcing you to confess in an interrogation room is really in fashion these days. I couldn't say anything in response, but me slamming the door shut probably served the same purpose. After lightly beeping the horn, Oishi-san's truck drove off. I went to the front door without waving goodbye. The door was locked, but the chain wasn't up. I unlocked the door and entered. Then walked over to the staircase. That was where I lost consciousness. Yay, we lost consciousness! From the scrapbook 9, the elderly leader of the Sonozaki family, and what was the other one? Not gonna lie, I'm surprised that the story is continuing as long as it is. I mean, it's a good number, just not a winning number. I saw a ceiling I was familiar with. Though I was groggy from sleep, I did notice that I was in my futon, like I was every morning. Looked at my clock, and despite having turned in so late last night, I had woken at precisely the same moment I always did. I'm so low on sleep, but I guess you really can get up at the same time every day. The secrets of the human body never cease to amaze me. If I went back to sleep like this, I would definitely not be waking up again. I spurred myself on and slipped out of my futon. Oh, I was the one that just started the heist. I'm an idiot. Mom asked me about last night at breakfast. Apparently, we, too, had gotten a call asking if we knew where Rika-chan and Satoko were. And Mom vaguely understood that something serious was happening. So then, you were out late last night with all your friends looking for them? Until about 3, I think. Yeah.
Did you find them? Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, I mean?
Crunch. I wearily bit into my toast. It really didn't have any taste. Just then, we heard the chime go ding-dong. Yes, there was a sound effect to go with it. I looked up at the clock and saw that it was about 5 minutes past my regular meeting time with Reina. It was her at the door.
Good morning. Did you get any sleep, did you?
I think I slept for a few hours. You could probably count them on a chicken's toes, though. Reina seemed pretty sleep deprived as well. There was something missing from her usual spirit.
Are you going to school?
Yeah, I think it would be better that way. Oh, are you going to school?
Yeah, I think it'd be better that way.
She said, smiling, albeit stiffly. Reina was probably wearing her heart out about those two as well. Even so, she wanted to go to school.
If you stay home today, I think you'd just be worrying nonstop and sleeping. I don't want that. Let's go to school together.
All right. Wait just a moment. I'll get ready. I was just a little bit happy about Reina mustering that much consideration for me. We went to the place where we'd usually meet up with Mion, but she was nowhere to be found. We were a little bit late today, so we thought she'd be waiting for us.
I guess Mi-chan couldn't wake up today, huh?
Ah, that's right. For her, it wasn't just yesterday. She was up all night looking for the mayor the night before last, too. We waited for a bit. Time passed until we got to the point where it was okay for us to go on alone, and we exchanged glances. What do we do? Wait a little longer? At that point, my brain, which had finally been woken up by the morning air, recalled the ominous words Oishi-san had left me with last night. The leaders of the three families were disappearing one after the other. And next, it might be the Sonozaki's leader. Could Mion have... No, that couldn't be.
Let's go. Let's let her sleep for today.
Reina gave me a pat on the back.
Mion.
Mion, she's still here, right?
Hmm? Did you say something?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's get moving. The two of us headed to school by ourselves. On the way, we saw a bunch of our classmates accompanied by their parents. It even looked like some of them were being taken to school by car. Surprisingly, the principal was also standing watch at the school gate. I'd never seen that before. Good morning! Good morning! The principal was bowing to our classmates as guardians. The wooden sword laying next to him was a little ominous. Maibara-kun, good morning! Ryugu-kun, good morning!
Good morning.
Your teacher has something important to say, so head straight to the classroom, alright? Reina and I said nothing. The madness that only existed at night had finally crawled out into the sunlight. That's what it felt like. Good morning, everyone. The hushed conversations that had been spreading for a while now all disappeared like an illusion the moment our teacher walked in the door. Silence dominated the classroom. The principal came in with our teacher as well. This was clearly not a normal morning.
First, the principal has something important to tell everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Principal.
The principal cleared his throat and approached the dais. I'm sure you already know this. The classroom was dead silent. Everyone was staring at Rika-chan and Satoka's empty seats. The principal briefly and simply declared that Rika-chan and Satoko had gone missing. There wasn't a single person in the classroom who didn't already know. There seemed to be many, however, who couldn't accept it as the truth. It had been confirmed to them now by the principal's words. There were sobs throughout the classroom, and I heard a kid crying. They steadily spread throughout the whole room. The big-hearted principal wasn't able to keep his cool either. Okay, everyone, pay attention. From today on, your parents or guardians will be taking you to school. For those of you whose parents can't do so, you'll be coming here in groups. I made a handout, so read it carefully and be sure to show it to your parents. Understand? The teacher's voice was a little abrasive. Not even she could conceal the strain she felt from this unprecedented abnormal situation. I love how I read that as the principal. They should have just canceled school today. However, Raina told me that the school was also like a nursery for the students whose parents both worked, so some of them wouldn't want school to be canceled. Well then, let's begin the lesson. Class president? She's absent, I see. Then, whoever's on day duty, let me hear it. All rise! A feeling of wanting to maintain an everyday atmosphere, even if only in school, precisely because our lives had been messed up, was something I agreed with at this point. Hey, there's the nice roll. As for the teacher who always had her lunch in the staff lounge, she ate in the classroom today. I had to laugh at her curry bento, which was just a rumor until now, but there was nobody to laugh with me. Raina brought her chair and lunch over to my seat. Today, it was only the two of us. The fact that we didn't need to drag any other desks over was sad.
I'm sleepy.
Yeah. I don't feel like sleeping anymore, though. In fact, I'm jealous of the people that could sleep at a time like this. They've got nerves of steel.
You're right.
I was sleepy this morning, but my drowsiness had dissipated after coming to school and constantly feeling the incredible tension. Hey, there you go. Raina's bento box didn't have its usual luster. That was to be expected. Raina was up for a long time last night, too. She wouldn't have had time to make her lunch beforehand, since it's not like she would have gotten up early this morning.
Grab anything you want. Go ahead. You can admit that
Oh, wait, that's me. You grab anything you want. Go ahead, you can admit that my bento is better today.
Okay, then I'll have some. Wow, a chikuwa roll with perilla and cheese? That's interesting.
Raina, yours might have ready-made food in it, but it's pretty good too. I realized the two of us were desperately trying to brighten the afternoon mood to its usual level as much as we could. I looked around the classroom, and it seemed like we were the only ones trying to do so, surrounded as we were by gloominess.
Ooh, just the two of us sharing our lunches like this. It's sort of, well, sort of like something. How?
Our laughter grew quieter. I was the first one to mess up. Sorry. I mean, well, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault.
Our chopsticks both stopped moving. We couldn't keep it up anymore.
Rika-chan, Satoko, I wonder where they went.
Those words might have sounded too miserable. Everyone was thinking it, using roundabout ways to address the topic, but I came right on and said it. Oh, it's me. Yay, I read that as Raina. I heard Raina catch her breath.
Yesterday, while you were gone, I heard a bunch of things, so I'll tell you what I know, okay?
I love how it says Gamble's on cooldown for seconds. Like, you had to have just barely missed out on the timing. Sorry again about last night. Go ahead. At that time, since they had arrived for support, Raina was helping the Ladies' Society cook the miso soup we'd had. They reported all of the information the villagers had gathered, and Raina said she overheard it. They didn't know anything important, though, did they? Rika-chan and Satoko went home after school and then apparently went somewhere on their bikes, but other than that, Miona had told me yesterday. We had no clues.
Yeah. The police also said that they probably went out on their bikes to go play somewhere as soon as they got home. If they were going out to play somewhere on their bikes right after getting home, then they might have gone into town. So I guess they concluded they disappeared while in Okinomiya. The police were saying how they were going to expand their search to Okinomiya in the morning.
In town, and it makes sense why we couldn't find them even though we searched all of Hinamizawa then. Still, something didn't fit. I had no basis for thinking that. Just a gut feeling. I revealed something to Rika-chan that was likely very important to her that day. Then Rika-chan had told me to leave it to her. And then, what did she say? Oh, right. If she didn't work hard, then something bad might happen to the dog too, I think. With all the talk of dogs and cats, I still didn't have the faintest idea what she really meant, but it might have been Rika-chan's way of saying this was a race against time. Damn it. I selfishly pushed my anxiety on Rika-chan and tried to run away. When I thought about it, I shouldn't have run back then. I should have asked her more about the dogs and cats. The more I think back on it, I really screwed up. Anyway, I don't think Rika-chan was in a situation where she would just go off to play somewhere. Of course, I didn't have any evidence or conviction to base that on. It was just a hunch.
I don't think she'd go into town.
Wait. Oh my god, see, this is the one thing I don't like, is that I don't know who's saying what.
You think so too, Keiji-kun? I agree. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan must have disappeared in Hinamizawa.
I looked back at Reina, startled. I could hear the conviction in those words. Without replying to my gaze, she took her bento box and went to the hallway.
I'm going to go rinse this out.
She timed that in a way that broke off the conversation. Suddenly, I got the feeling that the next thing she had to say would be hard to say aloud in the classroom. Top points? Oh, hi. There we go. Yeah, Roy's in second. Ansa's been trying to catch her. 20 mil. Both her and Ant are at 20 mil. And I'm at, I gave myself 1 trillion like forever ago, and now I'm at 10 trillion, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. No, I'm still at the 1 trillion mark. How's your muse dashing? How are you enjoying it? I hurriedly grabbed my bento box and followed her. Reina didn't go to the kitchenette, but rather to the water fountains out back, where students seldom went. The water flowed down onto our bento boxes. During that time, Reina didn't say a word. Oh, just the one. Ah, okay. And after making sure there were no other students around, she finally opened her mouth to speak.
The whole thing about Rika-chan and Satoko-chan going to town to play and then disappearing, that didn't make sense for some reason. So I decided to investigate a little bit myself.
Who did you ask? What did you ask them about?
I asked the Ladies Society all kinds of things. There was a lot of tofu in the miso soup yesterday, remember? The old lady from the Tomita tofu shop came too.
The Tomita Tofu Shop. Oh, I remember. That was one of the stores on the road leading to the hospital. Those huge lumps of tofu dancing in the bathtub-like cistern always looked nice and refreshing.
The old lady said she remembers Satoko-chan stopping to buy tofu there on her way home from school.
Tofu? Well, it's on the way home, right? How is that a clue?
Just listen. Do you remember when we went to Rika-chan's house?
Reina stepped away from the sinks and spread her arms wide to recreate the space of Rika-chan's room.
There was a pot on her gas cooker, and there was miso soup in it. I think there was probably about half of it inside. The rest was in the refrigerator. They must have been planning to make chilled tofu. It was on a plate in plastic wrap.
As Reina explained, she walked around as if she were really going through Rika-chan's room. Still, Reina, why does this matter?
Keiichi-kun, when you make miso soup, you put the tofu in last. That means that Rika-chan or Satoko-chan, whoever was cooking, was standing there making it up until right before dinner time.
Right up until dinner time? Wasn't everyone saying that their bikes weren't around, so they must have gone somewhere to play by themselves?
The trash in the countertop bin was put in there really awkwardly, too. Rika-chan makes most of their food and lunches, but occasionally Satoko-chan does it too. So Satoko-chan was cooking that night.
So, that means that Satoko, at least, didn't go somewhere to play. She was preparing dinner? It was the tofu people.
Yeah. Then I took a look at the rice cooker and there was rice for two still in there.
So, she made dinner for both of them, but neither of them ate it. Is that it? Reina nodded.
So, next I looked in their fridge. There was some chilled tofu made from the other half that they bought. That's not all either. There was a whole bunch of plates with side dishes for dinner, and all of them were in plastic wrap.
You usually plastic wrap things so that you can have leftovers for the next day. My mom does it all the time too, using them in breakfast or lunch.
That's right. Use plastic wrap to save leftovers for later. So the fact that they were in the fridge means they didn't plan on eating them that night, at least.
Is that what it means?
Keiichi-kun, think a little harder. Their dinner was totally untouched and wrapped up. What do you think that means?
Well, that means they didn't need to eat dinner anymore. So they would have gone out to eat or ordered takeout.
It must have been really sudden, too. They decided to do that beforehand. They wouldn't have made anything, but there was dinner for the two of them. That means that when Satoko-chan was making their dinner, they really thought they were going to eat it until right before they didn't.
So then, the theory about the two of them going out to play and then disappearing is wrong? Yeah, Grativa. How far up the board can you get?
Yep. They disappeared after making dinner and right before they ate it. Probably around 7 o'clock.
Where would they have gone at a time like that by themselves without eating?
That's obviously where this is leading. Keiichi-kun, do you remember? On their fold-out table, there were things like soy sauce and a chopstick holder.
There might have been something like that. I didn't remember. I do.
The container for the soy sauce? It was empty. There wasn't even a drop left. Chilled tofu wouldn't taste good without it. So I looked under their sink for the larger bottle of soy sauce they have.
You sure know a lot about where they keep stuff.
I've been to Rika-chan's house and cooked for them before.
Reina cleared her throat, her face returning to a serious expression.
Then, when I opened the cabinet, the big ball of soy sauce wasn't there at all.
It wasn't there. What does that mean?
Everything I'm going to say from here on is just Reina's idea. So please listen until the end without saying anything. Last night, Satoko was making dinner like normal. Rika-chan usually watched TV until the food was ready, so she was probably lying down watching a variety show or something. Satoko put the tofu in the miso soup, and right when dinner was about to be ready, she noticed that they were out of soy sauce. So Rika-chan, who had nothing to do, brought the big bottle of soy sauce to a neighbor's house to borrow theirs.
I don't really know my neighbors that well. Would people be willing to just give her soy sauce?
Yeah, it's not all that uncommon in Hinamizawa. So Rika-chan rode her bike out to get some soy sauce. No matter how long Satoko-chan waited though, Rika-chan didn't come back. So then Satoko-chan called up the house where Rika-chan was going. Would Rika happen to be imposing on you? Something like that.
Them.
Then the other person must have replied with something like this. We have plenty of food here, so you should come too, Satoko-chan. Rika-chan has already eaten. I think that's how they called her out there. Satoko called Rika a few names in private and wrapped up the dinner she had made for them. She put it in the fridge so she could use it for breakfast and lunch the next day. Then Satoko got on her bike too and headed for the house where Rika-chan was.
Okay, but this is already pretty strange. You don't normally make so much food that you can give it to people who suddenly arrived at your house. A veteran housewife would never normally make so much food that she could feed 2 extra people. Could it have just been a coincidence that they made too much?
It's still unthinkable.
Reina flatly denied me. Since
Rika-chan knew that Satoko-chan had worked really hard to make dinner for them, didn't she? No matter what kind of food she was offered, she wouldn't let Satoko-chan's dinner go to waste.
this was all only circumstantial evidence and Reina's guesswork. Even so, it was all extremely convincing. It was the only ray of hope we had to topple this situation bereft of clues. Then, Reina, where did Rika-chan go to get soy sauce? That was the heart of it. It would have to be somewhere she'd be comfortable with asking for soy sauce. And somewhere Satoko wouldn't think it suspicious that she'd been invited for dinner. So, who was it? Can you guys make a guess? Because I have a guess. It's got to be the Sonozaki household. And that was her mistake. It was Reina. Man, it's not Reina in this chapter. Oh, don't worry. Reina slowly shook her head.
And that's all for Reina's guesses. These are all just ideas, okay? Keep them a secret from the police.
What is there to hide? Even if only half of what you say is right, should be a good clue for all this.
Geichi-kun, it's all me suspecting someone from Hinamizawa. You can't suspect anyone without a really good reason.
Saw a few girls coming over to rinse out their bento boxes. Reina cut the conversation short there and returned to the classroom. Hey, Tato. Stay there alone, my body bathed in the lively voices of the cicadas. Let's think about this. In my own way, Reina had barely any information to go on, and yet she'd reason out that much. So there should be something that only I, who knew far more than Reina did, could deduce. Oishi-san said this last night too, but this incident was definitely occurring within Hinamizawa. Reina might not have wanted to believe it, but it's basically a given that the culprit is someone from the village. The trigger for everything was when the four of us trespassed in the forbidden storehouse. Somebody saw us going in there. For the culprits, breaking the taboo was a crime punishable by death. So that night, Tomitake-san and Takano-san were sacrificed. There were two left. Shion and myself. However, before the culprits bore their fangs on Shion and me, they went after the mayor, to whom Shion had confessed her sin. Next, they went for Rika-chan, to whom I'd confessed my sin. Then, what about Satoko? Just a stray bullet? By itself, Rika-chan being sacrificed after I told her everything was mortifying. But Satoko, who was sacrificed for no reason, wasn't that all the more regrettable? Everything was my fault. Who'd be the next to disappear? Would it be Shion and me next time? Why? Why weren't the culprits going for Shion and me right away, though? If they had enough power to erase the mayor and Rika-chan, then why not just get rid of Shion and me? If they went for us, well, I wouldn't like it, but I could still tolerate it. What I couldn't forgive was them getting rid of those we'd confessed to. Now that I think of it, yesterday, Shion said something alarming. She felt like someone was watching her. So then, was someone watching me as well? Strangely though, I hadn't felt anything like that until now. Even though I'm the root cause of everything, I had never once had that impression. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me, and I was just careless. So within this series, there's the Curse of Oyashiro-sama that happens every year during the Watanagashi festival. Every single one of these stories is different. It's still the same premise. You know, you're a transfer student that just moved to this small village. And, yeah. Yeah, every year there's at least one murder, there's at least one death, and one kidnapping. But this year, yeah, a lot more shit is going down. There's an anime for it too, as well as a VN. Not a VN, a manga, I meant to say. Maybe that was simply because Shion was more cautious than me and I was just careless. That's another story.
Danger zone!
Thank you for the danger zone. Let's get back on track. Why weren't the culprits going after Shion and me? I felt like that's where the key to this lay. Tato don't like when I do the VN Friday, Kappa. Could it be? Was I making a big assumption that I shouldn't have been? good news is for next month I am bumping up the cost for the VTube Friday. The VM Friday is still gonna be the same amount, so. I thought and thought, but couldn't come up with an answer. Eve is the only survivor. The one thing I understood was that I was a concerned party to this case, and that I had a duty to watch over it until everything got resolved. I heard the ring of the bell declaring the end of lunch break. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I want them to get rid of me tonight for sure. I mean, to be... Oh, you were the only one? See, now I'm not paying attention. I swore I joined, but apparently not. Apparently not. Oh well. To be fair, if you really want to see, like, drunk me, I mean, all you need to do is join a karaoke night. God, I drank way too much last week. Oh, Lord. Would somebody else disappear tonight? If nobody else did, then I wanted them to get rid of me tonight for sure. And then put an end to all of this. Sean's hysterical voice on the phone last night came back to mind. They planned to murder those close to us first, make us as miserable as possible, and only then would they kill us. My Barcoon, lunch break is over. Go back to the classroom. At the principal's urging, I returned to the classroom, which was quiet as the streets at night. There were a lot of parents picking up their children after school. It was just like a kindergarten. The students whose parents didn't come went home as a group. We left school with everyone else following the assigned route. Even while leaving, nobody said anything funny. They all looked like exhausted mountaineers silently marching through the mountains. Oh, you're talking about, okay, the ranks, yeah. As we went, one left, and then another. And in the end, it was just Raina and me. I was supposed to escort Raina all the way to her house, but she declined. Will you be alright? It's not safe to go alone.
It would be just as dangerous for you to go home by yourself after bringing me back, Keiichi-kun. It's still light out anyway. I'll be fine.
I see. Then be careful, okay?
Yeah. Huh? Isn't that a policeman?
Raina pointed towards my house. There was a car stopped in front of it. Farm out that car, came Oishi-san. Oh, hold on. I need to screenshot this. Gonna make sure I capture the face too. Farm out that car. This has so many more typos than before. Jesus Christ, man. It's so many more typos. Jeez. Oh, man. What? Roy, you can't blame me for that. You cannot blame me for that. You cannot blame me for that. Good lord. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that's too funny. He must have been waiting for my return to ambush me. Oishi-san started walking over wearing that walking over wearing that annoying grin. Reina, you should go. If you get involved with him, you'll be here for hours.
But, what do the police want with you? With you?
Reina's a good person. Even when I made a fuss over Rika-chan's disappearance, she never asked me why I did. She could have been suspecting me ever since then, and that would have been okay. Even so, she still hadn't asked me anything. She didn't try and pressure me into revealing the truth. I'm not the culprit.
I know that.
That said, I can't say that I'm totally uninvolved with this incident. Reina simply listened, smiling like she always did. Even though I had insinuated I was related to the incident, she didn't look at me as though she were looking at something dirty. I'll tell you next time.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Get going then. Reina gave me a slight bow and trotted away, leaving me alone with Uishi-san, who walked over. Hello! Welcome home, my bar-san. Hello. Looks like your parents aren't here. My, was I in a bit of a spot? You came all the way to my house? I can only thank my good fortune that my parents were absent. Since neither of them was around at this hour, they probably would be back late. I think Dad got called out on business. I don't think he'll be back until later. I see. Well, that's convenient, I suppose. We can do this without giving your parents any strange ideas. Oishi-san pushed my back, prompting me to walk. It seemed like he wanted me to get in the car. Are you taking me to the police station? I wasn't the culprit, but I was the cause of everything. Wouldn't be weird if you wanted to investigate me. That kind of gave me a resigned feeling. No, I just don't want to stand around talking. We can just talk in the car, that's all. Now, come now, don't be shy. He opened the back door and urged me inside. If I got in, I wouldn't have a very easy time getting out. If I said no, however, then this man might really handcuff me and take me away. I couldn't refuse. I could only accept in good grace. The inside of the car had been cooled too much by the air conditioner, and there was a rusty smell coming from the filter, which must have been cleaned only rarely. No, it's too cold. I'll turn the car off. He turned off the engine and suddenly became quiet, and the voices of the Higurashi, with all their cool loneliness, snuck inside. I do it. It sounded to me like a chorus of voices lamenting my exorbitant punishment for having harbored such foolish curiosity. For a few moments, while listening to those voices, I myself lamented the days that had been twisted and distorted since that night. Oishi-san, as if waiting for me to voluntarily begin talking, lit a cigarette and listened to the Higurashi. The silence became deafening, and I was the one who folded first. How was the investigation going? The investigation? Of what? There have been so many. Which do you mean? All of them. Well, alright then. They're officially secret investigations, and we're under a media blackout, but I'll let you in on them. Then, shall we start from the first incident? The freak deaths of Tomitake-san and Takano-san on the night of Watanagashi. On this one, embarrassingly enough, we haven't made any progress at all. First of all, Tomitake-san. There are indications on his body that he was assaulted by a group of people, but we have no explanation for him clawing out his own throat and dying. We suspect an overdose from a stimulant or something, but we didn't detect anything. What about Takano-san? The same. We're in the dark. Autopsies for those who were burned to death are real tough. We believe she was doused in gasoline after she was strangled. Nice roll. That one falls under the Gifu Prefecture's police department. They haven't been very cooperative, even though it happened in our territory. No, that's not really relevant, though. So the police didn't know anything other than the fact that the victims died inexplicably. Nonetheless, the times when the incidents occurred have been generally placed right after the festival ended. It's a bit uncertain in Takano-san's case, but the likely prospect is that she was murdered at about the same time as Tomitake-san, then dumped in the mountains in Gifu. Why would they bring a dead body all the way to the mountains? They should have just brought Tomitake-san out there too. Oh my Bar-san, you're quite sharp, you know that? Of course, I do believe that is something we need to be attentive of. There are a bunch of other suspicious things, but this is about all I can tell you at this point. How about the mayor? Have there been any clues? Having exhausted that topic, I changed the subject, otherwise he might turn the conversation on me. We investigated his movements on the day he disappeared. We didn't find anything that could provide any clues, but I'll tell you about it anyway. The mayor, Kiichiro Kimiyoshi. Apparently, he was suffering from severe hemorrhoids. People who have lived a long time have an unusual amount of pride. So the mayor hadn't been telling anyone that he was going to a proctologist at a certain university hospital in Shishibone. On the day he disappeared, he had an appointment for a checkup, so he went out first thing in the morning. Even I knew that big hospitals, like university hospitals, had a really long waiting time. Apparently, people would get in line hours beforehand, even if they had an appointment. His exam ended at 1 p.m. After that, he ate a light meal in the hospital restaurant and passed the time reading a magazine. We know this because of a receipt we found in his wallet at his house. There was nothing suspicious at all about that. That day, he had planned to go to a meeting in the assembly hall in the evening. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident. No. He was supposed to return home with plenty of time to spare, but while he was on the train coming back, there was an accident.
In the game of chess, you can never let your adversary see your pieces.
Thank you for the zap chest there, Eva. It seems it delayed him a bit, and he only got back to his house right before the meeting was scheduled to start. His family witnessed a very hectic mayor leaving to go to the assembly hall at the shrine. What was the meeting about? He disappeared on his way back home, right? The three families and the essential members of the town assembly were at the meeting. We think they were discussing how to deal with the serial freak death incidents that had happened again this year. So then, on his way home, an old man who had treated Shion like his own daughter. He was a dependable person who would encourage Shion whenever she felt pressured by anxiety, and yet, Shion's painful voice struck me right in the heart. Huh? What's the matter? I was taken aback by how strange my own voice sounded. What was it that just surprised me? I squeezed my head with my hands to try and drag back out what I only realized for a split second. Remember, Keiichi Maibara, you just realized something. Well, I've got the different voice things. I've got... No! No! You just realized something. Something important. In terms of the channel points, it's like I've got, you know, the different sound alert stuff. I've got the different voice things. There's also a cappella karaoke, but that might, yeah. Oh, why does it just say Muscle Man, not Muscle Man Says? I gotta fix that. The night of Watanagashi. That was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitake-san died. No, the acapella thing is for like. I play a song. Oh, I'm holding up my phone, like you guys can see me holding up my phone. No, I just play a song that I put in a playlist, acapella style. It's like karaoke, but you can't hear the background music. uh, the next morning, wait. You, I'm missing all this dialogue because I'm trying to like mention stuff. All right, just realized something important. The night of Watanagashi, that was when everything started. That night, Takano-san and Tomitaki-san died. The next morning, word of the incident had spread throughout Hinamizawa. They planned to talk about it during the evening meeting. The mayor, however, had an appointment at the hospital, and as planned, he went there without telling his family. He got a checkup at the hospital, ate something, and then there was an unexpected delay on his train ride back. When he returned, the meeting was already about to start. The mayor changed clothes, got on his bicycle, and hurried to the assembly hall at the shrine as fast as he could. From when he heard about the incident on the night of Watanagashi till when he showed up at the assembly hall, everything he was doing that day was done in secret. During that time, nobody found out that. He went to the hospital alone. He ate alone. And he got on the train alone. That all meant he had absolutely no contact with anyone else. You couldn't have even called him on the phone. Okay, but what does that mean, Keiichi Maibara? Why does that matter, Keiichi Maibara? Ah! Kei-chan, what should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. I told him everything. I told old man Kimiyoshi everything. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Right. What then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there'd be no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Sweat burst out of my body like bullets. They became one long strand and slid down from my forehead to my nose, and fell. Your last two rolls combined make a 10, which is what all you guys are. So then, what does it mean? Hey, Keiichi Maibara, no more playing dumb. When did she tell him? Shion said she learned of the incident from a phone call her father had made that morning. Mayor left the house first thing in the morning for his appointment at the hospital. Nah, I'm like a 6.9. He didn't tell anybody where he was going. Nobody knew about him going to the university hospital. Furthermore, his train ride back to his house was delayed by an accident. As soon as he got home, he rushed out to the assembly hall, and the meeting at the assembly hall began, and continued until it was dark out. Then everyone left. Nobody saw him after the meeting was over. He just disappeared. Which meant... Maibara-san, are you alright? If you're too hot, I can turn on the air conditioner. Another part of me was messing with my thoughts, demanding that I not think any further than that. My head was pounding violently. The foods packed inside it all blended together until nothing made sense. It was just about to settle, yet it had been smashed and melted in the blink of an eye, no longer able to retain its shape. Maibara-san, Are you in there? Nah. Yeah. Oishi-san lit yet another cigarette. It was yet another cigarette butt placed in the ashtray. Was it displaying the passage of time? Had my thoughts been frozen over for that long? I've tried to tell you everything I know. In return, feel free to tell me anything you want, Maibara-san. My mind had become a gigantic oozing mess. My brain felt like it had totally been minced by the blades of a blender, and I couldn't think. Now, don't clam up again. If there are any misunderstandings, I'd like to clear them up first. I don't think you're the culprit here or anything. Oishi-san gave his best attempt at an adult smile. I know the four of you snuck into the ritual storehouse that night. Everyone in the village heard rumors about it by the next day. That in itself means we should take you in for trespassing, but that isn't the problem. It's what was inside. What was inside that made the people who snuck in there end up as sacrifices? There wasn't anything. As soon as I said it, I regretted confirming my presence there, but I knew it didn't matter anymore. Was there really nothing in there? I mean, everyone who went in is being sacrificed one by one, you know. Even the mayor and Rika-san who switched the lock on the door were sacrificed. What was inside that could have caused such terrible things to happen? I was far too tired of keeping quiet about this. Perhaps that was Oishi-san's goal all along, but again, that didn't matter anymore. There were just a lot of torture devices that were used a long time ago. Hey, Mage, hope you're doing well today. Thanks for the well wishes for the stream. Appreciate it. Hope you've been doing well, though. I looked around at them with everyone. Was that really all? That was really all. There was nothing terrible in there that would make you keep silence? Like a pile of psychoactive drugs? Maybe a secret poppy workshop? Perhaps there were mountains of Soviet or Chinese handguns. There weren't any suspicious wooden boxes or containers packed in there? There was nothing. As exaggerated as what Oishi-san was hoping for, but it felt like, in a way, there were plenty of terrible things hidden in there. From the perspective of someone who viewed the storehouse as sacred, whether or not I thought I had seen some crazy things didn't matter in the slightest. 4 of us broke the taboo. Punish us. That should have been what happened. We put in a request for a search warrant, thinking that there might have been some secrets hidden in that storehouse. It's been the sabotage of the century. They said it would be an insult to religious figures and something about the right to free religion in the Constitution. Jeez. That's why I really didn't have any other recourse but to ask you, since you went in there. It really was just old, rusty, dusty torture equipment. Nothing else stood out. Then Tomitake-san and Takano-san were only killed as a punishment for having broken the taboo? I didn't have an answer for the only part. I suppose I won't bother hiding it anymore. You're the only one to escape harm so far. Everyone but you has disappeared, and yet you alone are safe. What's the difference between you and them that would protect you but bring harm to the others? That's what I want to know. There was something wrong with what Oishi-san was saying. You alone. You alone. What? Wait a second. What do you mean by you alone? No, I'm saying that you alone have been left alive, right? Thank you, Roy. Oh, the 4 people who tiptoed into the storehouse for ritual implements, I mean. The only one left alive? Hold on. Shion was still. Jiro Tomitake-san and Mio Takano-san died that night, and Shion Sonozaki disappeared the next day. Only you are still safe and sound at this point. Why only you? I'm saying that's what I want to know. Oh no! Oh, no! No! So the person we've been talking to on the phone hasn't been Shion. Oh, shit. Shion disappeared? That's impossible! And unintentionally raised my voice. But I didn't care about that. Tomitaki-san died. Takano-san died. And Shion disappeared? When did she disappear? What is this guy talking about? Oh, well, now, I thought you were long since aware of this. This is the first I've heard of it. Has Shion disappeared? When? Well, going back a bit, she disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Going back a bit? Stop saying stuff I don't understand. Shion Sonozaki spends the night at relatives' houses depending on her mood on any given day, so no one thought much of not knowing where she was. She frequently takes days off from school too. Her teacher has been pretty troubled by it. I didn't ask about any of that. I'm asking you when Shion disappeared. I told you it was the day after Watanagashi. The fluids in my body all reversed direction. I lost my sense of balance, and everything I could see started to warp and twist out of shape. I simply couldn't endure it. Hang on. Shion had already disappeared? Then, that night, that call, that phone call, who was that? She called me every night. She encouraged me. We vowed that we would do our best to live on and not be erased. Yes, that should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. Should have been a phone call with Shion. She took breaks from class like it was nothing, and her family wouldn't listen when I told them, so I didn't bother calling the school in the end. So it ended up taking quite a while before we realized she'd disappeared. I felt a stabbing pain like needles were being pushed into every pore in my body. It started on my back and began spreading throughout the rest of me. When it had completely covered the surface of my skin, it began to worm its way inside my stomach as well. Don't you remember? We talked at the library the day after Watanagashi. Shion-san was there then. That was the last we saw of her. No one knows where she's been since. That can't be. That day, Oishi-san had only caught me, and Shion bounded away, saying that she needed to go to work. Didn't she call me that night? Her job was at a restaurant called Angel Mort, right? She hasn't been there since that day. She's been completely absent ever since. The person at the restaurant couldn't get in touch with her. He was really worried. That can't be. It can't be. It's only circumstantial evidence, but after she left us at the library, but before she made it to work, I think it's appropriate to consider her having disappeared during that time. Right after Shion ran away without me? It seems that you didn't know. Maybe if you had said something earlier, this would have gone more quickly. Now you understand, right? You're the only one left. Hey, Sadie. Hope you're doing well. Damn it, Siri, I didn't ask for your opinion. You're the only survivor of the 4 who slipped into a ritual storehouse. It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. If something else happens, it would happen to you. I need you to understand that, Maibara-san. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Shion had already disappeared? It couldn't be. It couldn't be. I talked to her the day before yesterday. I talked to her last night. She was going to call me again today. That was Shion on the phone. Shion on the phone. It's from Shion. From Shion. Shion has long since disappeared. Next will be you. Then, who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? Who was on the phone those past nights? That's... It can't be! Man, lots of plot twists. I lay down on the couch and stayed there, dazed for a while. My mind was completely blank. I couldn't think about anything for more than a few seconds. There was a note in my house saying that Mom and Dad would be home late and that I should have some ramen or something for dinner. I could make it whenever I got hungry, but I had no appetite, so I just stared blankly at the ceiling without eating anything. The hands of the clock were already pointing at 10. Nice roll. Would I get another phone call like that today? Even though Shion had already disappeared? Would she still call me? Where were they calling from? And who were they? The more I thought about it, the more I started to tremble. I even thought about just disconnecting the phone line. If I had been thinking a little less logically, I really would have done it too. Hold on, Keiichi Maibara. Uichi-san admitted it himself, didn't he? That Shion went missing a lot? Couldn't she have just gone to relatives that Uichi-san didn't know about and have been there ever since? Shion and I were both being targeted by somebody, so it wouldn't be strange to think she went somewhere she usually didn't in order to hide. That must have been why Oishi-san couldn't locate her, and why he labeled her a disappearance. Yeah, that had to be it. Shion hadn't disappeared at all. Then, my right hand moved of its own volition and slapped me on the cheek. Its cold sting let me calm down a little. Don't just convince yourself of the most convenient possibility, Keiichi Maibara. I knew I didn't want to admit she had disappeared. Admitting it would mean that something terrifying was definitely happening. I just needed to figure out whether Shion was the one on the phone or not. Would I ask her if she was actually Shion? That seems like an incredibly absurd thing to do. Still, don't run from this, Keiichi. If the person on the other end still believed that I thought she was Shion, then that gave me a tiny advantage. Completely casually, I would listen to what she had to say and fend her off. I would tear the skin off that monster. It would definitely be really scary for me. However, as the last survivor of the people who went into the storehouse that night, this was my duty to perform. Great roles. Still, then who would call me and pretend to be Shion? I may have only heard her over the phone, but her voice shouldn't be that easy to replicate. That was definitely Shion's voice. It sounded just like her. Could have only been Shion. You dense fool. There we go. There was someone, though, wasn't there? Someone who sounded just like Shion. Mion. Who else could have done this? At this point, seriously, after all this time, all those little things that didn't quite make sense about Mion until now overwhelmed my mind. Like being questioned about sneaking into the ritual storehouse, and how she shook the ladder while spouting curses. Who else could have? Why though? Why would Mion... Thought back to things about the Sonozaki family that I heard from Oishi-san and Shion. Mion was always entangled in the incidents, in a position where she was omnipotent. Some of that information included things that Shion had told me after she disappeared. I madly scratched at my head. Courage. Give me the courage. Just a little bit of courage to pick up the phone. I know it will ring tonight. It'd be so easy to run away. That, though, would be the same as making it easy for them to erase me. I cannot run. I must stand up and face it. After all, the next sacrifice would definitely be me. I was sure Shion would use tricky words to try and trap me. Be careful. Be careful. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to do this. 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 At that point, it rang. The phone rang, and I didn't know where the call was coming from. Shion had disappeared. Disappeared a long time ago. Disappeared the night after Watanagashi. Yet, until today, she had been calling me like nothing happened. Now, again, tonight, the people that had disappeared, their corpses simply haven't been found. I really didn't think they were alive. So, if it really was Shion on the other end, then did that mean she was calling me from another world? Of course, that couldn't be. A living being was calling me, pretending to be Shion. Shion was long gone, and yet, as though she were alive and well, the phone continued its incessant ringing. I didn't want to pick up if I didn't have to. I just concluded, though, that not doing so wouldn't solve anything. Then, what would I do after I answered it? Would I immediately declare she wasn't Shion and ask who she was? Alternatively, would I pretend that I was still fooled and try to grab her by the tail? That would probably be the safest thing to do. What I was most afraid of was what the person on the phone would do when she realized I knew she wasn't Shion. However, as long as I continued to let her think I was fooled, she wouldn't do anything extreme, right? If I just make sure to be careful, that should be the safest option. I've made up my mind. I'll answer the phone. Once I do that, I'll talk to her as if nothing happened. That wasn't all I'd do this time, though. I'd scope her out. Who was she? What was she thinking? And what was she after? Why was she doing this? Was she really the one who killed Tomitake-san and Takano-san? What happened to the mayor? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? I reached out for the receiver, my arm trembling. There were too many things I wanted to know, too many things I wanted to ask. I was scared. I should start by picking up the phone. Wait, you weren't the first time. Oh, the phone ringing, or? Pick it up, Keiichi. Pick it up, Keiichi. Hello? Oh, how relieved I would have been if it hadn't been a call from Shion. Ah, Kei-chan. It's me. It's Shion. A momentary convenience, and above all fleeting prediction, was ripped into 1,000 pieces. I couldn't help shaking at this point. Get ready for this. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Did your family not pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? I failed. I let her in on a fatal piece of information that I was currently the only one at my house. Well, no. They were not really. Anyway, have you heard about Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah. They weren't found. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. If Fuishi-san hadn't let me know, then I might have allowed myself to shed a tear or two at Shion's considerate words. Instead, now that it had come to this, I couldn't take her words at face value. This person on the other end of the receiver. The more perfect as Shion they were, the more my blood curdled in fear. Rika-chan and Satoko. They were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes. I don't think there's much doubt. Just how cruel and grave, those words hold. Their weight astonished me. Then a moment later, I was overcome with numbness and felt like I would pass out. I had asked if Rika-chan and Satoko had been kidnapped. Shion, in turn, had answered that there wasn't much doubt. That cruel meaning behind her words. Rika-chan and Satoko were... Oh, no, I mean, I'm sorry. About the mayor. What do you think happened after he was kidnapped? You think he's still alive? What happened to Rika-chan and Satoko after they were kidnapped? That's why I wanted to ask, but I frantically caught myself. What if she had given that question a terrifying response in such a way to sound like it had nothing to do with her? I was scared of that, so I immediately brought up the mayor. That said, however much I talked about the mayor, I think he was killed. Hey, wait, that was quick. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be most practical to kill them once you were done with them. The world started to bend so much, I almost lost my balance. The sear in my eyes whirled around and around like the hands of a clock and tried to swallow me whole from below. I frantically put a hand on the wall to support myself. A moment later, severe nausea welled up within me. How was she saying such things so lightly? Kill them so readily? I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's a horrible thing, but I think that's probably what happens. If the mayor was killed, then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No. That couldn't. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so readily. It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko ended up the same way. Those were the words I wanted to hear the least, and I fought them back with a scream of my own. Even though it wouldn't change anything, I still couldn't help but scream. This time, the tears flowed. I'd been confronted with the most horrific outcome I'd been trying to avoid considering ever since last night, and I cried. There was no longer any doubt that it was my fault. I killed them. I killed Rika-chan and Satoko. I succumbed to the weakness of my own heart and confessed everything to Rika-chan. That's why they were killed. That meant I killed them. When Rika-chan looked at me with those innocent eyes, if only I hadn't given in. Even my voice gave out, and yet still I cried. And cried. Kei-chan, please just try and calm down. Rika-chan and Satoko, they've been killed. We couldn't even find their remains. I would never be allowed to even apologize to their faces. If that was to be my punishment, then how brutal a punishment it was. I think Shion tried to comfort me, but I didn't hear any of it. What are you going to gain by doing that? They're definitely going to target you and me next. Please, I'm asking you, get a hold of yourself. Please, please. Shion was shouting, imploring me with a voice that sounded like tears were in her eyes. However, I was coming to hate the sound of that voice more and more. This Shion killed them. I had no doubts that this person killed them. Why? 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 Why cannot someone then kill them? Screw curses. Aren't people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon... I felt like crushing a receiver in my hand. How long did this person plan on acting like it was someone else's problem? There was magma in the pit of my stomach, and felt like it was going to erupt at any moment. Hey, Shion, please, tell me. Why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of Watanagashi? That's what I'd like to know. The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? If there's a reason, then say it now. I was incoherent at this point. My emotions had broken through the dam inside of me, rushing forth, and I couldn't stop them. These were not simple questions. This was an interrogation. Shion herself hadn't realized it yet. It was just too funny. It was so funny that I couldn't stop crying.
I understand how you feel, Kei-chan. I really do. The damn wars ended a long time ago. Yet murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Yashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with this, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why? Why?
That's what I'm asking you!
I want to know that as much as anyone.
Both her ragged breaths could be heard over the phone. Listen. The Yashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the grand name of Yashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Watanagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year. And this year, that system killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san.
Then why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko have to get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know?
Why even her? Why? I don't know whose voice is who. A silence fell between us. Shion didn't answer for a while.
Kei-chan, please, stop being mean.
A sob. Was Shion crying?
I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everything's changed. We went into the ritual storehouse that night.
It was the same for me. As I listened to Shion's bitter weeping, I could feel my agitation subsiding.
When I heard that Takano-san and Tomitake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized it instantly. I realized what sort of a position I was in now. The 4 of us snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about that, made my chest so tight, it was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you?
There was nothing fake about her words. She even understood how I felt.
That's why I confessed everything to old man Kimiyoshi.
All of us entered the forbidden storehouse. It was just a little bit of fun. We all knew we shouldn't have done it. It really had just been for fun. It was only a bit of exploration. That was all. Takano-san and Tomitake-san, who went in with us, were killed shortly afterwards. They met such miserable ends. Since that day, I've been living in fear of when I would be attacked. There was nobody except old man Kimiyoshi who would help me,
so I asked him to save me. Old man Kimiyoshi, he wasn't mad. He smiled and said, "If you're really sorry, Shion-chan, and you'd never be demoned away," he really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him.
Shion cried bitterly, recalling the beloved mayor's death. It was such a sad voice that none who heard it could prevent it from twisting their hearts. Again, did I let my emotions take over and go off at her? Shion was in the same situation as me. She should have been my one and only comrade. Thump. My heart pounded. My other self, deep within my mind, whispered to me, "Don't forget Keiichi Maibara. Don't forget about the mayor on the morning after Watanagashi." He was told of Takano and Tomitake-san's death over the phone and committed to a meeting that evening. He went to a hospital appointment. He didn't tell his family. He'd only made it back just in time for the meeting. He went straight to the assembly hall. That's what Oishi-san said. When did you let the mayor know? Uh-huh. I'm sorry, Shion. It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but Shion, you told him, right? You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yes. When did you let him know? I've begun to get scared of saying it aloud after hearing her sad voice. I wasn't saying it was contradictory, though. Besides, if there was a contradiction, then I wanted Shion to explain it to me. Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment? Kei-chan? What does that have to... And please, answer me. If you didn't know, then just say so. There was a momentary silence. Then, after stammering a few times, she replied, I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. It looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry, I don't know that much, but... Gei-chan, what does that have to do with... Shion didn't know what hospital the mayor went to. It meant it was impossible for her to have gone all the way to the hospital to confess everything. Since she didn't know his destination, and she obviously couldn't have seen him on the train either. If there was any other chance for her to contact him, it would have been... Oh boy, excuse me. It would have been after he came to Hinamizawa. The train, however, had been delayed. He only got back right before the meeting was about to start. He didn't have time. There wouldn't have been enough time for him to tell Shion, for him to listen to Shion and spill the beans. I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? Alright, Roy, appreciate you being here. Have a great rest of your day. Basically, right now, this isn't Shion on the phone. This is most likely Mion, pretending to be Shion. Yeah, there's a big mystery going on. When and where? Your answer doesn't have to be precise, but please give me one. Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Her sob pierced into my ears. I was taken by the illusion that I was bullying her. Even so, I'll say it. If I'm wrong, then please correct me. Please prove to me that you're the real Shion. It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared, from dawn until he vanished, there was no opportunity for you to contact him. That's... The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital he went to. So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident. He didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. I heard Shion repeating her weak sobs. That sort of feminine voice automatically ripped into my heart. It was so painful for me to say it. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend it and tell him there? If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Shion went to the meeting, didn't she? Did she or didn't she? The question was so simple to answer, but she didn't give me an immediate response. Actually, with the meeting, you didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll say it more directly. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Kei-chan, well... Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watanagashi. The other end fell silent as the grave. It was so quiet, I was like the phone cord had been cut. I couldn't sense anyone there. Oishi-san says you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Shion sobs are pushing me. Still, I'm pretty sure I haven't said anything wrong. Please, Shion. If something I said was wrong, please say so. Shion, I'm begging you. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, if Shion ever did have the chance to meet with the mayor on that day, then that meant... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared, or else afterward. Oh man, this is just going. Oh man, that just absolutely fills the page. Oh. Beep, boop. Went the dial tone. I stood there dazed for a while until I realized she had hung up on me. Okay, a literal chill just ran over me as those eyes just appeared from the black. Holy shit. Oh, good God. Alright, we're gonna call it there. I'm like way over my time, but you know, I apologize because I was like trying to make food. So we're gonna say our goodbyes. We're gonna raid out. If you guys want to join my Discord, the link is there. I host events on Saturdays exclusive to the Discord. Tomorrow is going to be a bad movie night. We've been watching the Ace Attorney dub, currently on season 2. I try to host a community game night afterwards. We alternate the Saturday events with a karaoke night. So if you're interested in either of those things, that is the place to be. Who do raid? I think we're gonna do one more raid to Plopsy. She's doing Jackbox, but she's the main reason we're gonna raid her again is because she is hosting a stream for charity for the Trevor Project. So we're going to go ahead and raid out to her. Guys, thank you so much again, everybody that was here watching, chatting, and lurking. I sincerely appreciate all the support, whether you're chatting or not. I don't care, you know. I sincerely appreciate everybody that was here today, watching, chatting, lurking. If you guys, let's see, we did the Discord. I'll be back on Monday around noon Eastern time. We'll be going from there. Eva, I will make sure I message you after. I may just make it the next VN game that we play, if that works for you, for Fridays. To do a playthrough of that whole game. That might work out beautifully. So I'll make sure I pick that up at some point today. Guys, make sure you have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the weekend. Yeah, and I will see you guys on Monday. Have a great one. Peace.